Hey, thanks for being here tonight. This is where we slow things down and step into real, true crime cases, told calmly for the late hours. If you're new, welcome. If you've been here before, it's good to have you back again. It always feels surreal knowing people are listening from different parts of the world, all at their own quiet hour. If you'd like, tell me where you're listening from. I really do read the comments. And if these stories have become part of your routine, subscribing helps keep this space growing. This is episode 113. Let's begin. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who built his identity around control, about a disappearance that shook a wealthy Connecticut town, and about how small forensic details, a drop of blood, a piece of surveillance footage, a timeline measured in minutes, dismantled a carefully rehearsed lie. This is the true story of the murder of Jennifer Dullos. Jennifer Farber Dullos grew up in New York in an educated, financially comfortable family. She attended Brown University, later earned a graduate degree, and was known for her intelligence and creativity. She married Fotis Dullos, a charismatic real estate developer with ambitious plans and an appetite for luxury. At first, their life appeared aspirational. They lived in large homes. They had 5 children. They moved in social circles that valued appearance and success. But behind the facade, the marriage deteriorated. Financial pressure mounted. Fotis's development projects struggled. Lawsuits accumulated. Debt increased. Jennifer increasingly felt isolated and controlled. In 2017, she filed for divorce and moved with the children to New Canaan, Connecticut. The divorce was bitter. Court filings revealed deep hostility. Jennifer accused Fotis of threatening behavior and emotional abuse. Fotis denied the claims and portrayed himself as a devoted father unfairly restricted from his children. The custody battle became intense. Emails between attorneys grew sharper. Motions were filed repeatedly. Psychological evaluations were requested. The conflict moved from private arguments to documented legal warfare. On May 24th, 2019, Jennifer drove her children to school in the morning. Surveillance footage captured her vehicle returning to her home shortly after 8 a.m. After that, she vanished. She missed appointments. She failed to pick up her children. That alone was deeply out of character. Jennifer was organized, present, attentive. Police arrived quickly. At her home, investigators found signs of violence. There was blood, not a small amount, but evidence of a severe assault. Blood spatter patterns suggested she had been attacked in the garage. There were attempts at cleanup, but forensic luminol revealed more than the eye could see. Investigators reconstructed the morning carefully. Fotis Dullos had claimed he was at home in Farmington, Connecticut at the time, but cell phone tower data told a different story. His phone had traveled toward New Canaan that morning. Surveillance cameras along highways and in neighborhoods became crucial. A dark pickup truck, later connected to Fotis, was captured on video near Jennifer's home around the window of time investigators believed the attack occurred. The case began expanding outward. Police discovered that Fotis had been seen that evening in Hartford, discarding trash bags into public bins. Surveillance footage showed him and his girlfriend, Michelle Triconis, stopping at multiple trash receptacles. Inside those discarded bags, investigators later found bloody clothing, zip ties, gloves, and cleaning materials. Some items contained Jennifer's DNA. The methodical disposal suggested planning. Investigators theorized that Fotis had driven to Jennifer's home, attacked her in the garage, transported her body in her own vehicle, then abandoned that vehicle in a nearby park before returning home to create an alibi. Jennifer's body has never been found. Despite that, the forensic case grew strong. Blood evidence in the garage indicated Jennifer suffered severe injuries unlikely to have been survivable. DNA linked the cleanup materials to the crime scene. Surveillance timelines narrowed the window tightly around Fotis's movements. During police interviews, Fotis remained composed. He denied involvement. He described the accusations as part of the custody conflict. He maintained that Jennifer had staged her disappearance to frame him. But the evidence continued to accumulate. Investigators discovered that a longtime friend of Fotis, Kent Maroney, had also been involved in discussions that prosecutors later argued were part of conspiracy. There were references to alibi planning. There were unusual property visits in the days before the disappearance. In January 2020, Fotis Dulos was arrested and charged with murder and kidnapping-related offenses. He posted bond initially. Shortly afterward, facing mounting legal pressure and the possibility of trial, Fotis attempted suicide at his home. He was transported to a hospital, where he later died. His death prevented a criminal trial, but the legal process continued for others involved. Michelle Triconis was later convicted of conspiracy to commit murder and evidence tampering. Prosecutors argued she knowingly participated in disposal efforts and assisted in constructing false alibis. Throughout the proceedings, the courtroom heard detailed forensic testimony. Blood spatter analysts described impact patterns in the garage. Digital experts mapped cell phone movements minute by minute. Video analysts stitched together surveillance clips from multiple towns to reconstruct routes taken that day. The case did not rely on a confession. It relied on reconstruction. Piece by piece, investigators built a timeline so tight that alternative explanations collapsed under scrutiny. Jennifer's family spoke publicly about her devotion to her children. They described her as resilient, protective, and deeply focused on shielding them from conflict. The motive prosecutors presented centered on control, the belief that losing custody and financial leverage was intolerable to Fotis. This was not an impulsive act. It was framed as calculated. The careful driving routes, the staged alibi, the disposal of evidence across multiple locations. Yet what ultimately exposed the crime were small, overlooked details. Surveillance cameras he did not anticipate. Microscopic blood traces that survived cleaning. Digital footprints impossible to erase completely. Jennifer Dulos remains physically missing. Legally and factually, investigators concluded she was murdered inside her own garage on an ordinary morning after dropping her children at school. The silence of that suburban street that day contrasts sharply with the violence believed to have occurred minutes earlier. This story lingers because it shows how modern investigations function, not through dramatic confessions, but through data. Cameras, DNA, cell phone pings, traffic timestamps, and it shows how, even without a body, a case can be proven through methodical reconstruction. Jennifer's children continue their lives under the care of extended family, and the house in New Canaan, once just another large suburban property, became the quiet center of a crime that unfolded not in a single explosive moment, but in a carefully planned morning measured in minutes. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a wealthy South Carolina family whose name carried influence for generations, about a series of deaths that at first seemed unrelated, and about how one man's carefully constructed image slowly collapsed under the weight of his own lies. This is the true story of Alex Murdaugh. For nearly a century, the Murdaugh family held power in South Carolina's Low Country. 3 generations served as solicitors, powerful prosecutors overseeing multiple counties. The family name was synonymous with authority. Judges knew it. Law enforcement respected it. People in the community grew up hearing it. Alex Murdaugh inherited not just wealth and property, but expectation. He became a personal injury attorney, working at the family law firm. He moved comfortably through legal circles. He understood procedure. He understood influence. And for years, he maintained the image of a successful Southern lawyer. Boating, hunting, attending social events, living in a large estate known as Moselle. Behind that image, however, financial instability was growing. Alex had developed a severe opioid addiction. He was stealing money, not small amounts, but millions from clients and from his own firm. He manipulated settlements. He created fake bank accounts. He moved funds through complex channels, often using his knowledge of legal systems to avoid immediate detection. But the unraveling did not begin with financial crimes. It began with tragedy. On February 24th, 2019, a boat owned by the Murdaugh family crashed in the early morning darkness. Paul Murdaugh, Alex's younger son, was allegedly driving. The crash killed 19-year-old Mallory Beach. The accident drew intense public scrutiny. Lawsuits followed. Questions about influence and privilege surfaced quickly. Some in the community believed the Murdaugh name had shielded consequences in the past. The civil case placed financial pressure on Alex and his family, demanding transparency about assets. 2 years later, on June 7th, 2021, another tragedy struck. At approximately 10 p.m., Alex called 911 from the Moselle property. He reported that he had found his wife, Maggie, and son, Paul, shot near the dog kennels on the estate. The scene was brutal. Paul had been shot at close range with a shotgun. Maggie had been shot multiple times with a rifle. The weapons were not immediately recovered. When law enforcement arrived, Alex appeared emotional but controlled. His clothing was clean. His timeline was specific. He told officers he had been visiting his mother and returned to find the bodies. In the early hours, investigators treated Alex as a grieving husband and father. But inconsistencies emerged. Cell phone data showed that minutes before the estimated time of death, Paul had recorded a short video at the kennels. In that video, voices could be heard in the background. Experts later analyzed the audio. They concluded that Alex's voice was present in the recording, placing him at the kennels shortly before the murders, contradicting his initial statement to investigators that he had not been there. That detail would later become central. The investigation expanded quietly at first. Gunshot residue patterns, trajectory analysis, vehicle data from Alex's SUV, step counts recorded by smartphones. Forensic experts reconstructed movement minute by minute. Maggie's phone showed orientation changes. Paul's phone locked permanently at a specific time. Alex's phone activity spiked in the narrow window after the killings, showing rapid movement and calls. Meanwhile, financial investigators uncovered the depth of Alex's embezzlement. Millions of dollars stolen, clients defrauded, law partners deceived. The day before the murders, his firm had confronted him about missing funds. The pressure was immense. Prosecutors later argued that Alex killed Maggie and Paul to create sympathy, to distract from financial crimes, and to buy time. In their theory, the murders shifted the narrative away from scrutiny of his theft. In September 2021, Alex himself was shot on a rural roadside. Initially described as an attempted murder, the story quickly unraveled. He admitted to arranging the shooting so that his surviving son, Buster, could collect life insurance money. The image of victim collapsed. Arrests followed, first for financial crimes, then for the murders of Maggie and Paul. The trial began in early 2023 and stretched over weeks. The courtroom became a detailed examination of digital evidence. Cell phone experts testified about orientation sensors and step tracking. Vehicle data specialists explained how onboard systems recorded acceleration and door openings. Prosecutors displayed call logs second by second. The kennel video was played repeatedly. Jurors listened to the background voices. Friends and family testified that the voice belonged to Alex. On the stand, Alex admitted to lying to investigators about his whereabouts. He said paranoia from opioid addiction caused him to mistrust law enforcement. He denied committing the murders. The prosecution emphasized opportunity, motive, and the false alibi. They argued that only someone familiar with the property could move between locations so efficiently. They pointed to the narrow time window and the lack of forced entry. The defense challenged forensic assumptions. They questioned timelines. They argued that suspicion based on financial crimes did not equate to proof of murder. For weeks, jurors absorbed complex data, step counts, phone battery percentages, car ignition times, call durations. Ultimately, the jury deliberated for less than 3 hours. Alex Murdaugh was found guilty of murdering Maggie and Paul. He was sentenced to life in prison without parole. After sentencing, he continued to face trials and convictions for financial crimes, resulting in additional decades of imprisonment. What makes this case linger is not only the violence, but the collapse of legacy. A family name that once commanded courtrooms now appears in transcripts documenting deception and homicide. The investigation was not built on eyewitnesses. It was built on technology. Tiny digital breadcrumbs left behind in the span of minutes. A short kennel video recorded casually by a son who did not know it would become the most important piece of evidence. And a man who understood the legal system better than most, yet could not outpace the quiet precision of modern forensic reconstruction. Maggie and Paul Murdaugh died on their own property on a summer night. The legal dynasty that once defined a region ended not with ceremony, but with a verdict read in a quiet courtroom. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who believed he was smarter than everyone in the room, about a disappearance that quietly turned into a murder investigation, and about how technology, the smallest digital traces, slowly dismantled a carefully constructed lie. This is the true story of Grant Amato. Grant Amato grew up in Florida in a stable, structured household. His father, Chad, was disciplined and methodical. His mother, Margaret, was nurturing but practical. His older brother, Cody, was steady, responsible, and reliable. The Amato home was not chaotic. It was not abusive. It was structured, routine, and predictable. Grant was different from his brother. He was intelligent but restless, ambitious but inconsistent. He wanted success, but without the discomfort that usually accompanies it. He trained as a nurse and worked in healthcare for a time, but his employment history was unstable. Supervisors described him as capable, yet distracted. Then, sometime in 2018, Grant began spending large amounts of time online. At first, it looked harmless: gaming, streaming platforms, social media. But gradually, his focus narrowed to one specific online world: adult live-streaming websites. There, he encountered a woman, a webcam performer from Bulgaria. Grant became fixated. He was not just watching. He was interacting, messaging, sending money, large amounts of money. Over weeks and months, the payments escalated. Hundreds became thousands. Thousands became tens of thousands. He told her he loved her. He told her he would travel to see her. He told her he would build a life with her. She responded professionally, affectionate, encouraging, but distant. For her, this was business. For Grant, it became obsession. When his savings ran out, he began stealing from his family. At first, small amounts, then larger transfers. He accessed family accounts. He opened credit lines. He drained resources quietly. When his father discovered the missing money, confrontation followed. Chad Amato was furious, but not violent. He demanded Grant get help. The family staged an intervention. They offered him a choice: stop the online relationship, seek treatment for internet and gambling addiction, or move out. Grant agreed outwardly. He attended counseling sessions briefly. He promised to cut contact. He told his family the money transfers had ended. They had not. On January 24th, 2019, something shifted. Neighbors later reported nothing unusual. No screaming, no disturbance. Inside the Amato home, however, violence unfolded with chilling calculation. Grant shot his father first, then his mother, then his brother. Each shot was deliberate, close range, controlled. Afterward, Grant attempted to stage the scene. He positioned his father's body with a gun nearby, suggesting a murder-suicide. He left evidence that implied Chad had killed his wife and son before turning the weapon on himself. Then Grant left the house. He drove to a hotel. There, in that hotel room, he logged back into the webcam site. He resumed messaging the woman in Bulgaria. He told her he was coming to see her soon. He sent affectionate messages as if nothing had occurred. Meanwhile, coworkers grew concerned when Chad failed to appear for work. Law enforcement conducted a welfare check. Inside the house, they found 3 bodies. The scene immediately raised doubts. The angles of gunshots were inconsistent with a murder-suicide. Ballistics did not align with the staging. Investigators began reconstructing the timeline carefully. They checked financial records. They found tens of thousands of dollars sent overseas. They checked internet history. They saw hours upon hours of webcam interaction. They examined phone records. Grant had been active online immediately after the murders. Detectives brought him in for questioning. Grant appeared calm, almost detached. He denied involvement. He suggested his father had been stressed. He leaned into the murder-suicide narrative carefully, as if rehearsed. But investigators did not confront aggressively. They allowed silence. They asked small, precise questions. They returned to timelines repeatedly. They let inconsistencies accumulate. Forensic analysis became critical. Gunshot residue patterns did not match Grant's claims. Digital timestamps placed him at home during the likely window of death. Surveillance footage showed his movements before and after the murders. And then there was motive. Prosecutors later laid it out clearly. Grant believed his family stood between him and the fantasy life he had built online. They controlled the money. They challenged his delusion. They threatened to expose him as unemployed, unstable, and financially reckless. To preserve the fantasy, he removed the obstacle. During trial, the courtroom heard hours of testimony detailing Grant's obsession. Messages were read aloud. Financial transfers were documented meticulously. The prosecution did not rush. They built a narrative brick by brick. The defense argued addiction, emotional instability, impulsivity, but the evidence suggested planning. The jury deliberated carefully. Grant Amato was found guilty of 3 counts of first-degree murder. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. What makes this story unsettling is not just the brutality. It is the quiet return to the computer screen afterward. The ability to step from violence in a fantasy without visible fracture. The murders were not explosive. They were not chaotic. They were transactional. Grant now spends his life behind bars, occasionally giving interviews in which he still speaks about the online relationship, as if it were meaningful, as if it justified risk. Meanwhile, 3 lives ended inside a quiet Florida home because one man could not separate reality from the illusion he preferred. This story lingers because it reflects something modern. Isolation, digital obsession, financial secrecy, private fantasies growing stronger than real relationships, and the terrifying possibility that someone can sit across the dinner table, smiling softly, while living in an entirely different world inside their head. Next story, I'm going to tell you a story about a successful lawyer, a carefully built reputation, and a marriage that looked stable from the outside, but was quietly deteriorating behind closed doors. This is the true story of the murder of Dan Markel, a crime that began not with violence, but with resentment, custody battles, and the slow escalation of control. Dan Markel was a respected law professor at Florida State University. He was intelligent, articulate, and deeply committed to his career. He had built a name for himself in academic circles, publishing legal scholarship and teaching with intensity. Colleagues described him as sharp, sometimes opinionated, but dedicated. He married Wendy Adelson, also a lawyer. On paper, they were well matched, educated, ambitious, both successful. They had 2 young sons. To friends, they appeared like a professional couple navigating careers and parenthood. But their marriage was strained. There were personality differences, communication issues. Gradually, resentment took root. After several years, they divorced. The divorce itself was contentious. Dan wanted to remain close to his children in Tallahassee. Wendy, whose family lived in South Florida, wanted to move closer to them. Dan refused to allow relocation. The legal battle that followed was tense and emotional. Emails between them became increasingly hostile. Arguments over custody and travel escalated. Court filings documented frustration on both sides. What had once been a partnership became a series of legal disputes. Wendy's parents, Donna and Harvey Adelson, were deeply involved in her life. They were protective, opinionated. They believed their daughter deserved to live near them with her children. And over time, conversations shifted from frustration to something darker. On July 18, 2014, Dan Markel was shot in his driveway in Tallahassee. It was mid-morning. He had just returned home from the gym. The attack was swift. A vehicle approached. Shots were fired at close range. Neighbors heard the gunfire. Emergency services responded quickly. Dan was transported to the hospital, but he did not survive. The crime scene initially looked like a targeted attack. There were no signs of robbery, no forced entry into the home, nothing random about it. Investigators began reconstructing Dan's life carefully. They looked at professional disputes, academic rivalries, but nothing suggested someone would hire a killer over scholarly disagreements. Then they looked at the divorce, custody battles, heated communication, attempts to relocate the children denied by court order. Police began examining Wendy's extended family. Phone records revealed frequent communication between Donna Adelson and various individuals in the days leading up to the murder. Financial records showed unusual activity. Conversations hinted at desperation over the relocation issue. The investigation expanded beyond Tallahassee. Eventually, detectives identified two men connected to the crime: Sigfrido Garcia and Luis Rivera. Surveillance footage, cell phone tower data, and rental car records placed them in Tallahassee at the time of the murder. The evidence showed they had been hired. But hired by whom? Rivera eventually cooperated with authorities. He described a conspiracy involving intermediaries, including Catherine Magbanua, who had connections to both Garcia and the Adelson family. Over years, arrests unfolded slowly. Garcia was convicted of first-degree murder. Rivera pleaded guilty and testified. Magbanua was eventually convicted after retrial. And then attention returned to the Adelson family. Evidence showed financial transactions consistent with payment. Recorded conversations captured coded language. In one notable call, Donna used phrases that prosecutors argued suggested awareness of the plot. The legal process stretched over years. Appeals, motions, new charges. Eventually, arrests reached deeper into the family. Donna Adelson was charged with conspiracy and murder-related offenses. Court proceedings revealed more detail about the alleged orchestration of the killing. The theory prosecutors presented was clear. Dan's refusal to allow relocation of his children became the central motive. The solution, in their view, was elimination. What makes this case complex is that it was not a crime of sudden rage. It was layered. Phone calls, planning, intermediaries, financial coordination. The courtroom testimony exposed how grievances can harden into justification when reinforced repeatedly within close family circles. Throughout the trials, recordings played for juries revealed tone, frustration, sarcasm, bitterness. Not explosive anger, but sustained resentment. Dan Markle's children grew up without their father. The legal system continued its work long after the initial arrest, carefully untangling the conspiracy. This story unfolds slowly because that is how it happened. There is no single dramatic moment that created it. It was years of conflict, years of what if, years of imagining a different life. And somewhere along the way, the idea of removing a person became less shocking to those involved than continuing the fight. Dan Markel was remembered by colleagues as passionate and intellectually intense. His students described him as demanding but deeply invested in teaching. His life ended in a quiet driveway on an ordinary morning, and the consequences continue to ripple through courtrooms, transcripts, and family histories. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a neighborhood that became a nightmare, about secrets hidden beneath a family home, and about how evil can flourish for years when communities fail to ask the right questions. In the working-class neighborhoods of Philadelphia during the 1980s, Gary Heidnik seemed like an unlikely suspect for anything sinister. He was a self-made millionaire who had invested wisely in the stock market, accumulating significant wealth despite having only a high school education. He lived quietly in a modest house in North Philadelphia, occasionally attending his self-founded church. But inside that unremarkable house, Gary was creating a dungeon where he would hold women captive, subjecting them to months of unspeakable treatment. This is the story of Gary Heidnik, who between November 1986 and March 1987 held 6 women captive in the basement of his Philadelphia home. He kept them chained in a pit he had dug in the concrete floor, providing minimal food and subjecting them to terrible conditions. 2 of his captives did not survive their imprisonment. His arrest in March 1987 revealed a horror that shocked the city and exposed how vulnerable populations can be targeted by predators who understand that society will not immediately notice their disappearance. Gary Michael Heidnik was born on November 22, 1943, in Eastlake, Ohio. His childhood was marked by severe dysfunction and trauma that shaped his disturbed psychology. His parents had a turbulent marriage filled with constant conflict and mutual hostility. They divorced when Gary was young, and he was caught in the middle of their bitter custody battle, shuffled between households where he never felt wanted or safe. His mother struggled with substance issues and made multiple attempts to end her own life while Gary was in her care. Witnessing these traumatic events damaged him deeply. His father was cold and emotionally distant, showing no warmth or affection. Nothing Gary did was ever good enough to earn his father's approval. At school, Gary was tormented by other children. He had a misshapen head from a childhood accident that left permanent damage, and other children mocked him constantly. He also had a severe stutter that made speaking difficult and embarrassing. The combination of difficulties at home and bullying at school left Gary isolated and angry, with no healthy outlets for his emotions. Despite his troubled background, Gary showed above-average intelligence. He became fascinated with finance and investing, studying the stock market obsessively. He also developed an interest in religion, though his understanding of it became deeply distorted. He founded his own church, which existed primarily as a way to avoid taxes, but also fed his growing delusions about his own importance. Gary joined the Army in 1961 at age 16, serving as a cook. He was competent at his work, but remained socially isolated. During this time, he had what was described as a nervous breakdown and received a medical discharge. He was diagnosed with personality disorders and given a disability pension. Despite these documented mental health issues, he never received effective long-term treatment. In 1968, Gary was convicted of assault against a teenage employee. He was sentenced to prison, but served only 18 months before being paroled. This early release would prove catastrophic, as the system had identified him as someone with violent tendencies, but released him anyway, giving him opportunity to commit far worse crimes. After his release, Gary moved back to the Philadelphia area. Despite his mental health struggles, he was shrewd with money. He invested his disability payments wisely and accumulated significant wealth through the stock market. He used this money to purchase a house in North Philadelphia and to support his growing obsessions. By the mid-1980s, Gary had become fixated on the idea of having complete control over others. He began planning to create what he called a baby farm, where he would hold women captive and force them to have children. This delusion consumed him, and he began preparing his house for this purpose. In November 1986, Gary began his campaign of kidnapping. His first victim was a young woman he lured to his house with promises of money. Once inside, he attacked her and dragged her to the basement where he had prepared a pit in the concrete floor. He chained her there and told her she would remain until she provided him with a child. Over the following weeks, Gary kidnapped 5 more women, all from vulnerable populations. He targeted individuals involved in street life or those struggling with substance issues, women he believed would not be immediately missed. He held them all captive in the basement pit, chained together in darkness and terrible conditions. The conditions in the basement were nightmarish. The women received minimal food, often just bread and water. They were forced to live in extremely unsanitary circumstances. Gary would periodically come down to harm them, using various methods as punishment for perceived disobedience. When one of the captives passed away from the terrible conditions and mistreatment, Gary's response was to make the situation even worse. He forced the surviving women to participate in disposing of the remains. This psychological torture added another layer of horror to their captivity. A second woman later passed away under similar circumstances. Gary continued to hold the remaining 4 women captive, and the situation became increasingly desperate. But one of the women, the first he had kidnapped, began to manipulate Gary psychologically. She convinced him that she cared for him and wanted to help him find more women for his plan. Gary eventually trusted her enough to allow her to leave the house temporarily. On March 24th, 1987, he drove her to visit her family, and she had promised to return with additional victims. Instead, the moment she was free, she ran to police and told them everything. Officers initially struggled to believe her story as it seemed too horrible to be real. But she led them to Gary's address and gave details that convinced them to investigate. Police obtained a warrant and raided the house on March 24, 1987. Inside the basement, they found the 3 remaining captives chained in deplorable conditions. The evidence of what had occurred was overwhelming. Gary was arrested immediately and charged with multiple serious offenses, including kidnapping and taking lives. During his trial in 1988, Gary's defense team argued he was legally insane and not responsible for his actions. But prosecutors demonstrated that Gary had planned carefully, maintained his financial affairs, and taken steps to avoid detection, showing he understood his actions were wrong. On November 4th, 1988, Gary Heidnik was convicted and sentenced to end his life by execution. He spent years on death row at a Pennsylvania facility. On July 6, 1999, the sentence was carried out. He was 55 years old. His case inspired elements of the character in the film The Silence of the Lambs, though that fictional character was an amalgamation of several real criminals. The house where the crimes occurred was later torn down. Gary Heidnik's story revealed how predators target society's most vulnerable members, understanding that marginalized individuals can disappear without triggering immediate searches. It exposed failures in mental health systems. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a killer who vanished in a legend, about a city gripped by fear, and about how one person's crimes can haunt a place for over a century, even when their identity remains a mystery. In the impoverished East End of London during the autumn of 1888, the streets were dangerous places where survival was a daily struggle. Women with few options worked the streets at night to earn money for food and lodging. The area was overcrowded, crime-ridden, and largely ignored by wealthier London. But that fall, someone began targeting these vulnerable women, ending their lives with such brutality that the crimes shocked Victorian England and created a legend that endures to this day. This is the story of Jack the Ripper, the unidentified person who terrorized London's Whitechapel district in 1888. Between August and November of that year, at least 5 women were found deceased, their bodies showing signs of increasing violence and mutilation. The attackers seemed to have anatomical knowledge, leading to speculation about their profession or background. Despite massive investigations and countless theories over more than a century, the Ripper's identity has never been definitively proven, making this one of history's most famous unsolved cases. The 5 victims definitively attributed to the Ripper were all women who worked the streets of Whitechapel to survive. Marion Nichols, Annie Chapman, Elizabeth Stride, Catherine Eddowes, and Mary Jane Kelly were all living in desperate poverty, staying in lodging houses when they could afford them, and sleeping rough when they could not. They ranged in age from their mid-20s to mid-40s, and all struggled with difficulties that made them vulnerable. The attacks began on August 31st, 1888, when Marion Nichols was found on Bucks Row. She had been attacked with extreme violence, and the nature of the harm shocked even experienced police officers familiar with Whitechapel's rough character. The brutality suggested this was not a typical street crime, but something more disturbing. Annie Chapman was discovered on September 8th in the backyard of a building on Hanbury Street. The violence was similar to the first case, but more extensive. This time, internal organs had been removed, suggesting the attacker had some knowledge of human anatomy. This detail led investigators to theorize the perpetrator might be a doctor, butcher, or someone with medical training. On September 30th, 2 attacks occurred in one night. Elizabeth Stride was found with fatal injuries, but without the extensive harm seen in previous cases, leading investigators to believe the attacker had been interrupted. Less than an hour later, Catherine Eddowes was discovered in Mitre Square, showing extensive violence similar to previous victims. This double incident created widespread panic throughout London. The final victim attributed to the Ripper was Mary Jane Kelly, found on November 9th in her rented room. Unlike previous victims who had been attacked outdoors, Kelly was harmed indoors where the perpetrator had time and privacy. The scene was so disturbing that it remains one of the most notorious crime scenes in history. Photographs taken at the scene still exist and show the extreme nature of the violence. During this period, numerous letters were sent to police and newspapers claiming to be from the perpetrator. Most were hoaxes from attention seekers, but 2 letters have been considered potentially genuine by some investigators. The Dear Boss letter received on September 27th introduced the name Jack the Ripper and promised more violence. The From Hell letter received on October 16th came with what appeared to be part of a human organ. The investigation was massive for its time. Police interviewed thousands of people, pursued numerous theories, and employed new techniques like crime scene photography. But the limitations of 1888 forensic science, the chaotic conditions of Whitechapel, and the lack of witnesses made solving the case extremely difficult. After the Kelly case in November, the pattern of attacks stopped as suddenly as it had begun. No definitively connected cases occurred after that date. Investigators never understood why. Perhaps the perpetrator had passed away, been imprisoned for another crime, left the area, or simply stopped for reasons unknown. Over the decades since, countless theories have emerged about the Ripper's identity. Suspects have included Montague John Druitt, a barrister who took his own life shortly after the final attack; Aaron Kosminski, an immigrant with mental health issues who was eventually confined to an institution; Michael Ostrog, a career criminal with a history of violence. Some theories have even suggested members of the royal family or famous artists, though these claims generally lack credible evidence. Modern forensic scientists have attempted to use DNA analysis on letters and other evidence supposedly connected to the case. Some studies have pointed toward specific suspects, but the degradation of evidence over 130-plus years and questionable chains of custody make definitive conclusions impossible. What makes Jack the Ripper significant beyond the crimes themselves is the cultural impact. The case became the prototype for how society thinks about serial violence. The Victorian press sensationalized the crimes, creating extensive coverage that captured public imagination internationally. The mysterious identity and the atmospheric setting of foggy Victorian London created a legend that has inspired countless books, films, and theories. The attacks also exposed the desperate conditions in London's East End, where poverty forced women into dangerous situations with no social safety net to protect them. Social reformers used the Ripper case to advocate for better housing, employment opportunities, and support for the impoverished. The victims, who had lived and would have passed away in obscurity, became symbols of society's failure to protect its most vulnerable members. The 5 women definitively attributed to the Ripper are now more famous in their passing than they ever were in life. Marion Nichols, Annie Chapman, Elizabeth Stride, Catherine Eddowes, and Mary Jane Kelly have been studied extensively. Their lives and circumstances have been examined for clues about why they were targeted and what they might reveal about their attacker. The Whitechapel area where the crimes occurred has changed dramatically since 1888, transforming from one of London's poorest districts into a trendy neighborhood. But the memory of those autumn months when fear gripped the streets remains part of the area's history. Jack the Ripper remains unsolved over 135 years later, making it one of the most enduring mysteries in criminal history. The case changed how society viewed random violence, how media covered crime, and how investigators approach cases involving multiple victims. The perpetrator's identity is likely lost to history, but the impact of those crimes continues to fascinate people worldwide, a reminder that some mysteries remain forever unsolved and some criminals escape justice completely, leaving behind only victims, questions, and legends that refuse to fade. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a tragedy that sparked a movement, about a family's unimaginable loss, and about how one child's disappearance changed how America protects its children forever. On the morning of May 25th, 1979, in Lower Manhattan, 6-year-old Etten Patz left his family's apartment to walk 2 blocks to his school bus stop. It was the first time his parents had allowed him to make the short walk alone. Etten was excited about this new independence, wearing his favorite blue captain's hat and carrying $1 to buy soda after school. His mother watched from the fire escape as he walked toward the corner, then went back inside to prepare for her day. Eden never made it to the bus stop. He vanished somewhere along those 2 blocks, disappearing into the crowded streets of New York City without a trace. This is the story of Eden Patz, the 6-year-old boy whose disappearance became one of the most famous missing child cases in American history. For decades, his case remained unsolved, tormenting his family and haunting a nation. His face appeared on milk cartons, creating a new way to spread awareness about missing children. May 25th, the day he disappeared, became National Missing Children's Day. His case changed how parents thought about their children's safety and led to new systems for finding missing kids. In 2012, 33 years after Eden vanished, a man named Pedro Hernandez confessed to ending the child's life, finally providing answers to questions that had tormented a family for over 3 decades. Eden Khalil Patz was born on October 9th, 1972, in Manhattan, New York. He was the middle child of Stan and Julie Patz, growing up in the Soho neighborhood when it was still primarily an industrial area with artist lofts rather than the upscale shopping district it would later become. Eden was described as a bright, friendly child who loved adventure and was eager to grow up and be independent like his older sister. The Patz family lived in a close-knit community where neighbors knew each other and children played together in the streets. This sense of community made the area feel safe, and parents generally felt comfortable allowing their children some independence. The walk to the school bus stop was short, just 2 blocks, and Eden had been begging his parents to let him walk alone like the older kids did. On that Friday morning in May, Julie Patz finally agreed to let Eden make the walk alone. She watched from the fire escape as he headed down Prince Street toward West Broadway, seeing him reach the corner before she went back inside. When Eden did not come home from school that afternoon, Julie initially thought perhaps he had gone to a friend's house. But as hours passed and Eden did not appear, growing panic set in. By evening, the Patz family had contacted police and begun searching the neighborhood. Officers initially treated it as a routine runaway case, suggesting Eden might have wandered off or gotten lost. But Julie and Stan knew immediately that something terrible had happened. Eden was not the type of child to wander away, and he knew their address and phone number. If he were simply lost, he would have asked for help. The search expanded rapidly. Police canvassed the neighborhood, interviewing residents and business owners. Volunteers distributed flyers with Eden's photograph throughout Manhattan. The media picked up the story, and Eden's face began appearing on television news broadcasts. The case captured public attention in ways that missing children cases rarely had before. Investigators pursued countless leads. They searched buildings, questioned potential witnesses, and investigated anyone who might have been in the area that morning. But no solid evidence emerged. Eden had simply vanished, leaving no trace. Without witnesses, physical evidence, or any clear indication of what had happened, the investigation stalled. One person who was questioned early in the investigation was Pedro Hernandez, a 19-year-old who worked at a bodega on the route Eden would have walked to the bus stop. Pedro told police he had been at work that morning and had seen nothing unusual. Investigators had no reason to focus on him specifically, and he was just one of many people interviewed during the massive canvass of the neighborhood. Years passed with no breaks in the case. The Patz family never moved from their Soho apartment, maintaining the same phone number in case Eden tried to contact them. They kept his room exactly as it had been the morning he disappeared. Stan and Julie became advocates for missing children, working to change laws and improve systems for finding missing kids. Eden's case became a symbol of the missing children crisis in America. His photograph appeared on milk cartons beginning in the early 1980s, a practice that spread nationwide and brought awareness to thousands of missing children cases. In 1983, President Reagan designated May 25th as National Missing Children's Day in Eden's honor. The case prompted changes in how law enforcement handles missing children reports and led to better coordination between agencies. In 2012, 33 years after Eden's disappearance, the case suddenly broke open. Pedro Hernandez, now 51 years old and living in New Jersey, told family members and others that he had done something terrible years ago. Someone who heard these statements contacted authorities, and investigators began looking at Pedro with fresh attention. When questioned by police, Pedro confessed. He said that on the morning of May 25th, 1979, he had been working at the bodega when Etten came in or passed by. Pedro, who was 19 at the time and struggling with his own issues, had lured Etten into the basement of the store with the promise of a soda. Once in the basement, Pedro had strangled the child, then placed his body in a bag and disposed of it with the trash. He claimed he had carried this secret for over 3 decades, the guilt consuming him. Pedro's confession was detailed and included information that seemed to match the case. However, there were complications. Pedro had a history of mental health issues and had made false confessions to other crimes in the past. There was no physical evidence to corroborate his account, as Etten's body was never recovered. The basement where Pedro claimed the crime occurred had been renovated multiple times over 33 years. Pedro was arrested and charged. His case went to trial in 2015, but the jury could not reach a unanimous verdict, resulting in a mistrial. Prosecutors tried him again in 2017. This time, the jury convicted Pedro of taking Etten's life, finding his confession credible despite the lack of physical evidence. On April 18, 2017, Pedro Hernandez was sentenced to 25 years to life in prison. The conviction brought some measure of closure to the Pats family, though Stan and Julie made clear that nothing could truly close the wound of losing their son. They had lived for 38 years not knowing what had happened to Etten, hoping he might somehow still be alive while fearing the worst. Pedro's confession and conviction confirmed their worst fears, but also answered the terrible question that had haunted them for decades. Etten Pats was 6 years old when he vanished on a spring morning in 1979. He was excited about walking to the bus stop alone, proud of his growing independence, looking forward to buying a soda and going to school. Instead, he encountered someone who took advantage of his trust and innocence, ending his life and hiding the crime. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a town that lived in fear, about a killer who vanished in a mystery, and about how one person's campaign of terror became America's first widely publicized serial case that captured the nation's attention. In the small city of Austin, Texas, during 1884 and 1885, residents began locking their doors and windows at night, something they had rarely done before. Women were being attacked in their homes as they slept, targeted by someone who entered through unlocked doors or windows in the darkness. The attacks were brutal and seemed to follow a pattern, though police struggled to identify any connection between the victims beyond their vulnerability. For over a year, Austin lived under a shadow of fear as the attacks continued and the perpetrator remained unknown. This is the story of the servant girl annihilator, an unidentified person who terrorized Austin, Texas, between 1884 and 1885. 8 women were fatally attacked, and at least 8 more were seriously injured in a series of nighttime home invasions. The attacker targeted women who were alone or vulnerable, striking them while they slept and often dragging them outside before inflicting fatal injuries. Despite a massive investigation and widespread fear that gripped the city, the servant girl annihilator was never caught, and the attacks stopped as mysteriously as they had begun. The attacks began on New Year's Eve 1884, when a young woman named Molly Smith was found deceased behind her residence. She had been attacked with extreme violence while she slept, then dragged outside. The brutality shocked the community, but investigators initially treated it as an isolated incident, possibly related to someone who knew the victim. But the violence continued. On May 6th, 1885, another young woman named Eliza Shelley was attacked in her home in a similar manner. She survived her injuries and was able to provide some information to police, though her description of the attacker was vague due to the darkness and the sudden nature of the assault. Over the following months, more attacks occurred with increasing frequency. The victims were primarily young women who worked as domestic servants, living in small quarters behind the main houses where they were employed. They were vulnerable, often alone at night, and their living situations made them easy targets for someone who could approach quietly and strike before they could defend themselves. The pattern became clear. The attacker targeted women at night, entering through unlocked doors or windows, striking them while they slept, and often dragging them outside before inflicting fatal injuries. The violence was extreme and seemed to involve both blunt force trauma and edged weapons. The attacker appeared to have some knowledge of the victim's routines and living situations. Austin was a small city of about 15,000 people in 1885, and the attacks created widespread panic. Women were terrified to sleep alone. Families began keeping weapons near their beds. Men organized patrols to watch neighborhoods at night. The business district and residential areas that had once bustled with evening activity became deserted after dark. Police were overwhelmed and had few investigative tools available in the 1880s. There were no fingerprints, no forensic science as we know it today, no way to systematically track or analyze evidence. Investigators relied on witness statements, physical evidence that often provided limited information, and hoping to catch the perpetrator in the act. On Christmas Eve, 1885, the violence escalated dramatically. Two separate attacks occurred on the same night, and for the first time, the victims were not servant girls, but women from more affluent families. Susan Hancock and Eula Phillips were both attacked in their homes, and both attacks showed the same pattern as previous cases, but with even greater violence. These attacks on wealthier victims brought additional pressure on police and city officials. The fact that the violence had now touched families with social standing and resources meant the investigation received even more attention, though it produced no better results. The final attack occurred on December 28, 1885, just 4 days after the Christmas Eve incidents. After this, the attacks stopped completely. The servant girl annihilator, whoever they were, either left Austin, passed away, was imprisoned for another crime, or simply stopped attacking for reasons unknown. Theories about the attacker's identity proliferated. Some investigators believed it was someone who knew the victims or their routines, possibly someone who worked in the area or had legitimate reasons to be in neighborhoods. Others thought it might be a transient who had moved on to another location. Some even theorized it could be multiple attackers rather than a single person. Over the years, various suspects have been proposed. Some researchers have suggested connections to other unsolved cases from the same era, including the famous Jack the Ripper attacks in London that began in 1888, 3 years after the Austin attacks ended. One theory proposed that a man who left Austin around the time the attacks stopped could have traveled to London and continued his violence there, though this theory lacks concrete evidence, and most serious researchers consider it unlikely. The servant girl annihilator case had lasting impacts beyond Austin. It was one of the first American serial cases to receive widespread newspaper coverage, with stories appearing in publications across the country. The term servant girl annihilator itself was coined by a writer named O. Henry, who was living in Austin at the time and followed the case closely. The attacks also revealed social inequalities of the era. The early victims were working-class women, many of them African American, and their cases received less attention initially than the later attacks on wealthier white victims. This disparity in how cases were handled based on victims' social status was characteristic of the time period and unfortunately continues to affect criminal investigations today. The case remains officially unsolved over 135 years later. The identity of the servant girl annihilator is lost to history, and the mystery of why the attack started and why they stopped may never be answered. The victims were young women trying to make their way in the world, working difficult jobs for low pay, living in vulnerable circumstances that made them targets for someone who exploited their situations. Austin has grown from a small city of 15,000 to a major metropolis, but the memory of those terrifying months in 1884 and 1885 remains part of the city's history. The case represents an early chapter in America's ongoing struggle with understanding and stopping serial violence, and it serves as a reminder that some mysteries remain forever unsolved, leaving behind only victims, questions, and the knowledge that evil can strike without warning and disappear without explanation. The servant girl annihilator killed 8 women and injured many others, then vanished into history, becoming one of America's earliest unsolved serial cases and leaving a community forever changed by violence that came in darkness and left only fear and unanswered questions in its wake. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who lived 2 lives so completely separated that even those closest to him could not see the line between them. A man who spent his days joking with coworkers and his nights roaming highways looking for people who would never return home. This is a true crime story about patience, repetition, and how ordinary routine can hide extraordinary violence for years. Gary Ridgway grew up in Salt Lake City, Utah, in a household defined by strictness and emotional confusion. His mother was deeply religious, controlling, and intensely focused on cleanliness, particularly sexual purity. Gary's relationship with her was close in a way that felt uncomfortable even to him later in life. His father was distant and often angry. Gary struggled socially from an early age, performing poorly in school and feeling isolated among other children. Despite these difficulties, Gary learned something important very early. He learned how to disappear into routine. As an adult, Gary moved to Washington State and found steady work as a truck painter. It was repetitive, physical labor that suited him. He showed up on time, followed instructions, and rarely complained. Co-workers described him as slow, sometimes strange, but dependable. He married multiple times, blending into suburban life with an appearance so ordinary it made him nearly invisible. While this life unfolded, another one quietly emerged. In the early 1980s, women began disappearing from the Seattle area, particularly along Pacific Highway South. Many of them were young. Many were sex workers or runaways. They lived transient lives, often without strong support systems. Their disappearances did not immediately spark alarm. At first, there was no clear pattern, just absence. But the absences kept accumulating. Gary Ridgway was picking them up. He drove slowly along known areas where vulnerable women gathered. He did not rush. He did not force. He spoke calmly, offering money, conversation, and what appeared to be safety. His car looked unremarkable. His voice was soft. There was nothing about him that triggered immediate fear. Once the women entered his vehicle, the control shifted. Gary drove them to isolated locations, often wooded areas or riverbanks he had already scouted. He killed them primarily by strangulation, using his hands or ligatures. He stayed with the bodies. Sometimes he returned later. He revisited sites repeatedly, forming a twisted sense of ownership over the places where he left them. This went on for years. Bodies were found sporadically, often badly decomposed. The media began referring to an unknown killer as the Green River Killer, named after the river where several victims were discovered. Task forces were formed. Investigators interviewed thousands of suspects. Tips poured in. Fear spread quietly through the region. Gary Ridgway was interviewed early. He passed polygraph tests. He cooperated. He blended back into the background. While police searched aggressively, Gary continued killing. He adjusted his methods slightly, moving locations, changing habits, but never stopping. His compulsion was tied to control and ritual. He did not seek recognition. He did not contact police. He did not want fame. He wanted repetition. At home, his wife noticed nothing. At work, he joked and ate lunch with colleagues. The killings continued into the 1990s. Over time, forensic technology improved. DNA analysis became more advanced. Old evidence was re-examined. Tiny traces that once meant nothing began to speak more clearly. In 2001, investigators revisited a piece of evidence from decades earlier, semen collected from a victim's body. This time, the results were different. The DNA matched Gary Ridgway. When police arrested him, there was no dramatic chase, no resistance. Gary was calm. During interrogation, he spoke quietly, often appearing bored. He denied it first, then slowly began admitting details as evidence mounted. What shocked investigators was not just the number of victims, but the clarity with which he remembered them. He remembered names. He remembered locations. He remembered sequences. Gary Ridgway eventually confessed to murdering 49 women, though investigators believe the true number may be higher. He explained that he targeted people he believed would not be missed quickly. He spoke about killing as if describing a routine task. There was no emotional release in his voice, no visible remorse. In 2003, Gary Ridgway pleaded guilty to avoid the death penalty. He was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. In exchange, he agreed to help locate additional bodies. Detectives drove with him to forests and riverbanks where he pointed casually, as if recalling old errands. Families finally received answers. Not closure. Answers. This story is terrifying not because of chaos, but because of consistency. Gary Ridgway killed while maintaining a job, marriages, friendships, and routines. He did not spiral outward. He folded violence inward, fitting it neatly between work shifts and family dinners. He showed how repetition can become camouflage, how boredom can be lethal, how evil does not always scream. Sometimes it whispers quietly through years of normal life, unnoticed because it refuses to disrupt the surface. And when it is finally exposed, the damage is not a single moment, but decades of absence, unanswered questions, and lives that simply stopped returning home. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who appeared gentle, soft-spoken, and dependable. A man whose life looked calm and orderly from the outside, but who was quietly drifting toward a decision that would erase his entire family in a single morning. This is a true crime story about denial, pressure, and how someone can convince themselves that escape is easier than truth until the weight of reality finally collapses everything. Chris Watts lived in Frederick, Colorado, in a quiet suburban neighborhood where days blended into each other. He worked in the oil industry, a steady job that paid the bills. He was known as polite, reserved, and non-confrontational. Neighbors described him as the kind of man who waved, smiled, and kept to himself. He was married to Shannon Watts, a strong-willed and energetic woman who was active on social media, documenting their life, their home, and their two young daughters, Bella and Celeste. From the outside, their life looked busy but happy. Inside the house, things were far more complicated. The marriage had become strained. Financial stress lingered beneath the surface, even as Shannon tried to maintain a positive image. Chris felt increasingly small inside his own life. He avoided conflict, rarely expressed anger, and instead swallowed frustration until it turned inward. Rather than confronting problems, he detached emotionally, retreating into silence. Then Chris began an affair. The relationship offered him something he had not felt in years: a sense of attention, freedom, and a future that did not involve responsibility. As the affair deepened, his existing life began to feel like a trap. Instead of seeing two paths, one difficult and one honest, he began imagining only one way out. By the summer of 2018, Shannon was pregnant with their third child. Rather than grounding him, the pregnancy intensified his panic. The life he secretly wanted now felt completely unreachable. And instead of ending the affair or telling the truth, Chris began constructing something far darker in his mind. A future where he could erase the past entirely. On the night of August 12, 2018, Shannon returned home from a business trip. Security footage later showed her entering the house quietly, unaware that it would be the last time she ever walked through that door. Inside, nothing appeared out of place. The neighborhood was silent. The house went dark. What happened in the early hours of August 13th would unravel one of the most disturbing family murder cases in recent memory. By morning, Shannon and the children were gone. Chris reported them missing later that day, standing on his front lawn, giving interviews, his voice calm, his hands steady. He pleaded for their safe return, speaking as if they had simply vanished into thin air. But from the very beginning, something felt wrong. His behavior did not match panic. His words felt rehearsed. His emotions seemed hollow. Investigators began working quickly. Surveillance footage showed Chris backing his truck into the driveway early that morning, something he rarely did. Neighbors mentioned unusual behavior. Friends noted that Shannon would never leave without contacting someone. The image of a spontaneous disappearance collapsed almost immediately. Within days, police brought Chris in for questioning. At first, he denied everything. Then, under pressure, he shifted blame, claiming Shannon had harmed the children and that he had reacted in rage. But the story did not hold. The details were inconsistent. The timeline made no sense. Eventually, the truth emerged. Chris Watts had murdered his pregnant wife. He then killed his two young daughters, Bella and Celeste. After they briefly regained consciousness in the car as he drove to a remote oil site where he worked. There, he disposed of their bodies in oil tanks, hiding them in a place he believed would erase them completely. The calm planning of the crime contrasted sharply with the innocence of the victims. When confronted with evidence, Chris confessed fully. There was no dramatic breakdown, no emotional explosion, just quiet admission. He spoke of his actions with disturbing detachment, explaining steps rather than expressing remorse. In November 2018, Chris Watts pleaded guilty to all charges. He was sentenced to multiple life sentences without the possibility of parole. In court, the families of the victims spoke not in rage, but in grief and disbelief, struggling to understand how someone so seemingly ordinary could commit such irreversible acts. This story is chilling because it is not about violence born from chaos. It is about avoidance. It shows how silence can be more dangerous than anger, how fear of confrontation can metastasize into something catastrophic, how someone can live inches away from honesty and still choose destruction instead. Chris Watts did not snap in a moment. He decided, and that decision erased 4 lives, leaving behind a story that continues to haunt not because it is loud, but because it is quiet, controlled, and terrifyingly human. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who lived quietly for decades, who attended church, raised children, and worked an ordinary job, while secretly conducting a private war against strangers. This is a true murder story about patience, ritual, and how a killer who believed he was smarter than everyone else was ultimately undone by his own need to be seen. For more than 30 years, the city of Wichita, Kansas lived with an invisible presence. There was no constant fear, no nightly sirens, no sense that danger was nearby. And yet, over time, people began to realize that something was moving silently through their neighborhoods, entering homes without force, watching, waiting, and leaving death behind. The man responsible would eventually give himself a name, one that sounded almost childish, but the reality behind it was methodical and cold. His name was Dennis Rader. Dennis Rader was born in 1945 and grew up in a strict household. He described his childhood as lonely, emotionally distant, and rigid. He learned early to suppress emotion and to follow rules outwardly, even while cultivating a rich inner world of fantasies he never shared. As an adult, he married, had 2 children, and settled into a life that appeared stable and respectable. He worked as a compliance officer, enforcing city codes, issuing fines, and lecturing residents on order and discipline. To many, he was annoying but unremarkable. But beneath that exterior, Dennis Rader was carefully constructing something else. In his mind, murder was not impulsive. It was ceremonial. It required preparation, control, and time. He studied houses, routines, and family structures. He broke into homes in advance, hiding supplies, learning layouts, and imagining what he would eventually do. This process mattered to him as much as the act itself, sometimes more. In January 1974, he committed his first known murders. He entered the home of the Otero family. Inside were parents Joseph and Julie and their 2 young children. What followed was brutal and methodical. Rader bound, strangled, and killed each of them. There was no robbery, no chaos, only control. He left without being seen. The city was stunned. There was no clear motive, no suspect, no pattern that made sense. Months passed, then years, and then it happened again. Rader began killing sporadically, sometimes waiting years between murders. He targeted women and families. He stalked them beforehand, sometimes for weeks. He bound them, tortured them psychologically, and strangled them slowly. He documented his crimes privately through writing and photographs, preserving memories to revisit later. What made Rader different was not just the killings. It was his need to communicate. He sent letters to the media and police, taunting them, describing his crimes, and demanding recognition. He coined his own nickname, BTK, standing for Bind, Torture, Kill. He wanted the city to know that the murders were connected, that there was a single intelligence behind them, watching and choosing when strike. Then suddenly, in the early 1990s, the killing stopped. BTK vanished. For more than a decade, there were no letters, no murders, no signs. Many believe the killer had died or moved away. Wichita slowly returned to normal life. Dennis Rader continued working, attending church, and raising his children, who had no idea what he had done. But inside him, the need never disappeared. In 2004, after years of silence, BTK resurfaced. He began sending letters again, referencing old murders and including details only the killer would know. Police reopened the case with modern technology. The city once again felt the unease of being watched. Rader believed he was still in control. At one point, he asked police in a letter whether a floppy disk could be traced. When police publicly responded that it could not, Rader believed them. He sent a disk containing metadata tied directly to a computer at his church and a document authored by a user named Dennis. It was over. Police quietly traced the evidence, confirmed his identity, and arrested Dennis Rader in February 2005. When confronted, he did not resist. He spoke calmly. He asked how long it would take to search his home. Later, in court, he confessed. Not emotionally, not regretfully, but methodically. He described each murder in detail, walking the court through his preparations, his thinking, and his actions. Families of victims listened as he recounted their loved ones' final moments with disturbing clarity. He showed no visible remorse. Dennis Rader was sentenced to 10 consecutive life terms in prison. Today, he remains incarcerated, removed from the world he once believed he controlled. His letters stopped. His voice faded. His name became a warning rather than a title. This story is chilling not because of speed or chaos, but because of time. Because it shows how someone can live among others for decades while carrying something unspeakable inside. How patience can be more dangerous than rage, and how even the most meticulous control can unravel with a single mistake. Some crimes scream for attention. Others wait quietly, breathing slowly, confident they will never be discovered. But time, memory, and truth have a way of catching up, even to those who believe they are invisible. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about how the greatest secrets are often kept in the most open spaces, about how a person can build a reputation for kindness while harboring a heart of ice, and how a community can look at a monster every single day and see only a friend. This is a true story about a man who was a father, a neighbor, and a public servant who spent his nights hunting in the shadows of the very streets he was sworn to protect. It is a story about the double life of a man who believed he was smarter than the world and the decades of silence that followed in his wake. Joseph D'Angelo lived in a quiet, sun-bleached suburb of Citrus Heights, California. To those on his block, he was a typical retiree, a man who spent his time meticulously maintaining his lawn, working on his bike in the garage, and occasionally losing his temper at a neighbor over a minor property dispute. He was a veteran of the Navy and a former police officer. He was a man of discipline, a man of rules, and a man who seemed to value his privacy above all else. But for 40 years, Joseph D'Angelo carried a weight that would have crushed a lesser man. He carried the memories of a ghost. In the 1970s and 80s, a shadow had fallen over California. It moved from the Central Valley down to the coast, leaving a trail of broken homes and shattered lives. The person responsible was known by many names: the Visalia ransacker, the East Area rapist, and eventually the original Night Stalker. He was a phantom who entered homes through unlocked windows, who stood in the corners of bedrooms while families slept, and who used a terrifying, high-pitched whisper to exert total control over his victims. He was a master of preparation. He would watch a house for days, learning the schedules of the residents, the creaks of the floorboards, and the best routes for escape. He would leave sliding doors unlocked or hide a weapon in the bushes weeks before he intended to strike. He didn't just commit crimes. He orchestrated them with the precision of a military operation. And then, as suddenly as the violence had begun, it stopped. The phantom vanished. For decades, the case went cold. The files grew yellow in basement archives. Detectives retired, victims moved away, and the fear that had once paralyzed the state became a distant, dark memory. The man responsible had settled into a life of mundane routine, disappearing into the anonymity of the suburbs. He became the grumpy old man at the end of the street, the one who yelled about the grass being too long, while his trophies were tucked away in a suburban attic. But while the world had moved on, the truth was slowly being woven together by a new kind of detective. In 2018, investigators used a revolutionary technique involving public DNA databases. They took the genetic code left at crime scenes decades earlier and began building a family tree, searching for a branch that led to a man who lived in the right place at the right time. The tree grew, branch by branch, until it narrowed down to a single name: Joseph DeAngelo. The police began a covert surveillance operation. They watched the 72-year-old man as he went about his daily chores. They waited for him to discard something, a piece of trash, a used tissue, anything that would give them the DNA they needed to confirm their suspicions. When a match finally came back, it was a 1 in a septillion certainty. The phantom had been found. When the authorities arrived at his home in April 2018, the shock of the neighborhood was absolute. People struggled to reconcile the image of the frail man in handcuffs with the legend of the monster who had haunted their parents' nightmares. During the legal proceedings, the scale of his cruelty was finally laid bare. He hadn't just taken lives. He had taken the sense of safety from an entire generation. He had transformed the home, the one place where a person should feel most secure, into a place of vulnerability and fear. In 2020, Joseph DeAngelo stood in a makeshift courtroom in University Ballroom, surrounded by the survivors of his decades-long reign of terror. He sat in a wheelchair, looking small and defeated, as woman after woman stood up and told him exactly what he had stolen from them. He was sentenced to multiple life terms without the possibility of parole, ensuring that he would spend the rest of his days in a cage, far from the quiet streets he had once stalked. This story is a haunting reminder that the past is never truly dead. It is a reminder that the person living next door, the person who seems so ordinary and so set in their ways, might be hiding a history that would turn your blood to ice. The image that stays with you long after the details fade is that of a man standing in his perfectly manicured yard, a hose in his hand and a scowl on his face, while inside his mind, he is still walking through the darkened hallways of strangers' homes. It is the realization that justice has a long memory, and that no matter how much time passes, the truth has a way of finding its way home. It reminds us that the most dangerous monsters aren't the ones under the bed, but the ones who live right next door, smiling across the fence while the sun is still high in the sky. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about how the most profound silence isn't found in the woods or at the bottom of the ocean, but inside a house where the doors are locked and the curtains are drawn. This is a story about the weight of a secret, the slow erosion of a family, and how a person can be driven to commit the unthinkable by the very things they claim to be protecting. It is a true story about a man who lived a life of rigid order and religious devotion, only to leave behind a scene that would haunt a small town for decades. John List was a man of absolute precision. He lived in Westfield, New Jersey, in a 19-room Victoria mansion called Breeze Knoll. To the neighbors, John was the personification of stability. He was an accountant, a Sunday school teacher, and a veteran. He wore a suit to the grocery store. He maintained his lawn with obsessive care. He was a man who believed in the hierarchy of the home, in the importance of appearances, and in a very specific, unforgiving version of the American dream. But by 1971, the pillars of John's world were quietly crumbling. He had lost his high-paying job at a bank, a failure he could not bring himself to admit to his family. Every morning, he would still put on his suit, pick up his briefcase, and leave the house as if he were heading to the office. Instead, he would sit at the train station or in the public library, watching the hours tick by, terrified of the moment his bank account would hit zero and his secret would be exposed. His wife, Helen, was suffering from declining health and a growing sense of isolation. His 3 children were becoming teenagers, developing their own interests and questioning the rigid, sheltered world their father had built for them. To John, the world outside was becoming a place of sin and corruption, and he felt he was losing his grip on the souls he was responsible for. He didn't see a way out through hard work or honesty. He saw a way out through a final, devastating act of control. On November 9th, 1971, the precision that John had applied to his accounting was applied to his family. He waited until the children were at school. He moved through the house with a cold, methodical focus. He started with his wife, then his mother who lived in the third-floor apartment, and finally his children as they returned home one by one from school and sports practice. There was no struggle that the neighbors heard, no screams that reached the street. The heavy stone walls of Breeze Knoll kept the horror contained. After the acts were finished, John didn't flee in a panic. He stayed in the house. He cleaned the areas where the events had taken place. He sat down and ate a meal. He then wrote a long, 5-page letter to his pastor, explaining his reasoning. He believed that the world was too much for his family, that they were losing their faith, and that by ending their lives, he was ensuring their place in heaven. In his mind, this wasn't murder, it was a rescue mission. He then systematically erased himself. He cut his own face out of every family photograph in the house, so the police would have no image to use for a manhunt. He turned on all the lights, set a radio to a classical music station to play loudly through the intercom system, and walked out the front door. He vanished. For nearly a month, the light stayed on at Breeze Knoll. The music played to empty rooms. The neighbors assumed the family was on a long vacation. It wasn't until the light bulbs began to burn out one by one and the music finally drifted into silence that the authorities were called to investigate. What they found inside was a meticulously arranged scene of tragedy that defied explanation. For 18 years, the chair at the head of the List family table remained empty. John List had moved to another state, changed his name to Robert Clark, remarried, and started a whole new life as an accountant. He joined a new church. He became a respected neighbor once again. He lived a life of quiet routine, convinced that his secret was buried forever. But the past has a way of breathing, even under the weight of nearly 2 decades of silence. In 1989, a television program featured a forensic sculptor who created a bust of what John List might look like as an older man. They accounted for the sagging of the jaw, the receding hairline, and the specific style of glasses he favored. A neighbor in Virginia saw the bust on their screen and recognized the man living next door. When the police arrived, John, now Robert, initially denied everything. But the precision of the past had left a footprint. His fingerprints, taken during his military service years before, provided the truth he couldn't hide. At his trial, the defense tried to argue that he was suffering from a mental break, that the pressure of his perceived failures had fractured his mind. But the prosecution pointed to the planning, the letter to the pastor, and the 18 years of successful hiding as evidence of a man who knew exactly what he was doing. John List was convicted and spent the rest of his life behind bars, a man who had destroyed his world to save his image. This story is a chilling look at what happens when a person values a shadow more than the reality. When the fear of being seen as a failure becomes more powerful than the love for one's own flesh and blood. It reminds us that the most dangerous people aren't always the ones who scream. Sometimes they're the ones who make sure the music is playing just loud enough to drown out the truth. The image that stays with you is the mansion with the lights burning bright in every window, a house that looked full of life on the outside, while inside there was only the cold, calculated silence of a man who thought he was doing the right thing. Next story, I'm going to tell you a story about a childhood stolen, about a monster who wore the mask of Mentor, and about how an entire sport failed to protect the children in its care. In the gymnasiums of Pennsylvania State University, where young athletes trained with dreams of Olympic glory, A doctor moved among them with keys to every locker room and unfettered access to vulnerable children. Parents trusted him completely, grateful their daughters were receiving medical care from such a respected professional. But behind closed doors, under the guise of treatment, he was committing crimes that would eventually reveal themselves as one of the most extensive child sexual abuse cases in American history. This is the story of Larry Nassar, a sports medicine doctor who sexually abused at least 265 young female athletes over more than 2 decades. Between 1992 and 2016, he used his position as team doctor for USA Gymnastics and Michigan State University to assault girls as young as 6 years old, disguising his abuse as legitimate medical treatment. His crimes were enabled by institutions that ignored complaints, silenced victims, and protected their reputations rather than the children in their care. Lawrence Gerard Nassar was born on August 16, 1963, in Farmington Hills, Michigan. He grew up in a middle-class family where education and achievement were valued. His childhood appeared unremarkable, with no obvious signs of the predator he would become. He was intelligent and focused, showing early interest in sports medicine and athletic training. Larry attended Michigan State University, earning undergraduate and graduate degrees in kinesiology before attending medical school. He was drawn to sports medicine, particularly gymnastics, where he saw opportunity to work with elite young athletes. He completed his training and became licensed as an osteopathic physician, gaining credentials that would give him authority and trust. In 1986, while still a student, Larry began working as an athletic trainer for the USA Gymnastics team. He quickly made himself indispensable, volunteering for events, traveling with teams, and building relationships with coaches and officials. He positioned himself as someone dedicated to the athletes, always available, always willing to help. This reputation gave him access and trust that he would exploit for decades. Larry developed a technique he claimed was a legitimate treatment for various athletic injuries, particularly back and hip pain. He called it pelvic floor therapy and told athletes it required internal manipulation. In reality, he was sexually assaulting them, penetrating them with his unloved hands while claiming it was medical treatment. The girls were confused and uncomfortable, but trusted that a doctor knew what he was doing. He would perform these assaults in exam rooms, often with parents present in the room, but positioned so they could not see what his hands were doing beneath a sheet. He would chat casually with parents while assaulting their daughters. His demeanor so professional and relaxed that no one suspected anything inappropriate was happening. Larry targeted young gymnasts who were vulnerable and unlikely to question authority. These were girls who had been trained from early childhood to obey coaches and medical staff without question, to push through pain and discomfort, to trust that adults in positions of authority had their best interests at heart. Their conditioning made them perfect victims for someone who understood how to exploit that trust. Over 2 decades, Larry assaulted hundreds of girls. Some were Olympic medalists, elite athletes whose names the world knew. Most were young gymnasts training at local clubs, girls with Olympic dreams who trusted that the national team doctor was providing them with the best care possible. He assaulted them at competitions, at training camps, at his office at Michigan State University, and even at his home where parents would bring their daughters for treatment. Reports of Larry's abuse began surfacing as early as the 1990s, but they were consistently dismissed or ignored. Young athletes complained to coaches, to USA Gymnastics officials, to Michigan State administrators. Each time, the institutions chose to protect Larry rather than investigate the claims. Officials told victims they were misunderstanding legitimate medical treatment. Some were warned that speaking out would damage their careers and the sport they loved. In 2004, a young gymnast reported Larry's abuse to Michigan State University police. An investigation was conducted but closed without charges. Larry was allowed to continue practicing. In 2014, another athlete filed a complaint with the university. Again, an investigation concluded that Larry's techniques were legitimate medical procedures. The institution sided with the doctor rather than the victim. The breakthrough came in 2016 when former gymnast Rachel Den Hollander, went public with detailed accusations against Larry. Her willingness to speak openly, using her real name and providing specific accounts, gave other victims courage to come forward. Within months, dozens and then hundreds of women and girls reported that Larry had assaulted them during supposed medical treatments. Investigations by police and journalists revealed the staggering scope of Larry's crimes and the systematic failures by USA Gymnastics and Michigan State University to protect children in their care. Internal documents showed that officials had received numerous complaints over decades, but had taken no meaningful action to stop Larry or protect future victims. Larry Nassar was arrested in December 2016 on child pornography charges. As the investigation expanded, he was charged with multiple counts of criminal sexual conduct spanning decades. Faced with overwhelming evidence from hundreds of victims, he eventually pleaded guilty to avoid trial. His sentencing hearings in January 2018 became historic moments. Over 7 days, 156 victims gave impact statements describing how Larry's abuse had affected their lives. Olympic champions like Ali Raisman, Michaela Maroney, and Simone Biles spoke publicly about being abused by the doctor they had trusted. Judge Rosemary Aquilina allowed every victim who wanted to speak the opportunity to confront Larry. Larry Nassar was sentenced to 40 to 175 years in prison for criminal sexual conduct, in addition to a 60-year federal sentence for child pornography. He will die in prison. During sentencing, Judge Aquilina told him he had just signed his own death warrant. The fallout from a Nassar case was extensive. USA Gymnastics filed for bankruptcy under the weight of lawsuits. The entire USA Gymnastics board resigned. Michigan State University paid $500 million to settle claims from victims. Officials who had dismissed or ignored complaints faced criminal charges for their failures. Larry's case exposed how institutions prioritize reputation over child safety, how predators exploit positions of trust and authority, and how children in elite sports can be particularly vulnerable to abuse because they have been conditioned to endure pain and obey authority figures without question. The survivors of Larry Nassar's abuse have become advocates for changing how institutions handle allegations of abuse and for protecting children in sports. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about how trust was turned into a weapon, how power hid behind fame, and how silence allowed evil to grow inside one of America's most respected universities. For decades, Jerry Sandusky was known as one of the brightest minds in college football. At Pennsylvania State University, he helped build a program that symbolized discipline, teamwork, and pride. Parents admired him, players respected him, and the community treated him as a hero. What nobody saw was the darkness behind that success. The double life of a man who used his position to exploit the very children he claimed to protect. Jerry Sandusky was born in 1944 in a small Pennsylvania town. His parents ran a local youth recreation center, a place filled with the laughter of children and the sound of bouncing basketballs. From an early age, he learned how to connect with kids, how to seem trustworthy, how to play the role of the caring mentor. When he joined Penn State's football staff in 1969, he quickly became a central figure in the team's success. He was known for his enthusiasm, his focus on defense, and his ability to motivate young players. In the late 1970s, he started a charity called the Second Mile, officially meant to support disadvantaged children and give them guidance through sports. It was seen as a noble cause, a way for an accomplished coach to give back to his community. But behind that charitable image, the Second Mile became a hunting ground. Sandusky identified vulnerable boys, many from broken homes, and slowly built their trust. He took them to games, invited them to stay overnight, gave them gifts, and made them feel special. Over time, that kindness turned into control. What started as a mentoring relationship became abuse. For years, he operated in plain sight. His reputation and connections shielded him. When anyone raised questions, the doubts were quietly dismissed. Penn State was a powerful institution, and its football program was sacred to the community. No one wanted to believe that one of its most respected figures could be capable of such acts. The first serious signs of trouble surfaced in the late 1990s. A mother reported that Sandusky had behaved inappropriately with her son. An investigation followed, but no charges were filed. He retired from Penn State in 1999, but the university continued to give him full access to its athletic facilities. He still brought children there through his charity, walking freely in the same locker rooms and showers he had always used. In 2001, a graduate assistant walked into a locker room and saw something no one should ever see: Sandusky with a young boy in the showers. The incident was reported to university officials, but the matter was handled internally. The police were never called. Penn State's leadership chose to protect the institution's image rather than confront the truth. For another decade, Sandusky continued to meet boys through the second mile. The abuse did not stop until investigators from the state attorney general's office began piecing together the stories of multiple victims. One by one, young men came forward describing the same pattern: the gifts, the trust, the gradual manipulation, and the assaults that followed. In 2011, the case exploded into public view. Jerry Sandusky was arrested and charged with dozens of counts of sexual abuse involving boys as young as 10 years old. The fallout reached far beyond him. Joe Paterno, the legendary head coach who had built Penn State's football empire, was fired for failing to act on the reports. The university's president and athletic director also faced charges for covering up what they knew. The trial in 2012 revealed years of institutional failure. Victims described the psychological manipulation, the fear, and the shame that kept them silent. Prosecutors showed how officials ignored red flags to preserve the reputation of their program. Sandusky was convicted on 45 counts of sexual abuse and sentenced to 30 to 60 years in prison. He was 70 years old at the time, a life sentence in all but name. The damage left behind was immense. Penn State's image was destroyed, its leaders disgraced, and its football program tainted forever. But the deepest wounds were those carried by the survivors, the young men whose childhoods were stolen and whose voices were ignored for so long. The Sandusky case forced America to confront uncomfortable truths about power, loyalty, and silence. It showed how institutions can protect themselves instead of the people they are supposed to serve, and how predators thrive when no one dares to challenge them. Today, Penn State has tried to rebuild its reputation, but for many, the memory of what happened there will never fade. The boys who trusted Jerry Sandusky will never get back the years that were taken from them. Their courage in speaking out ended the career of a powerful man and exposed the price of protecting an image over protecting children. It remains one of the darkest chapters in American sports, not just because of what one man did, but because of how many others looked away while he did it. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a teacher who betrayed her students, about innocence exploited in the cruelest way, and about how those entrusted with protecting children can sometimes be the very ones who destroy them. In the classrooms of Seattle, Washington, where children should have been learning and growing in safety, a sixth-grade teacher was grooming one of her 12-year-old students for a relationship that would shock the nation. She presented herself as a dedicated educator, young and enthusiastic about teaching, but she was systematically manipulating a vulnerable boy, crossing boundaries that should have been sacred, transforming a position of trust into an instrument of abuse. This is the story of Mary Kay Letourneau, a 34-year-old elementary school teacher who in 1996 began a sexual relationship with her 12-year-old student Billy Foileau. She became pregnant with a child while he was still in 6th grade, was arrested and convicted of child rape, then violated her parole to continue the relationship, becoming pregnant again. She served 7 years in prison and after her release, shockingly married her victim when he turned 18. Their relationship lasted until her death in 2020, but it began as child sexual abuse that was romanticized by media coverage that should have called it what it was: a crime. Mary Catherine Schmitz was born on January 30th, 1962, in Tustin, California. She came from a prominent Catholic family. Her father was a politician who served in the U.S. House of Representatives, and her mother was a fervent anti-abortion activist. Mary Kay grew up in an environment of rigid religious values and public scrutiny, where appearance and reputation mattered above all else. Despite the outward respectability, Mary Kay's childhood was troubled. Her father was later revealed to have had affairs and illegitimate children, creating a family environment built on hypocrisy and hidden shame. Mary Kay learned early that public image mattered more than private truth, that respectable facades could conceal moral failures. Mary Kay attended Catholic schools and seemed to be following a conventional path. She married her college boyfriend Steve Letourneau, had 4 children with him, and became an elementary school teacher. To those who knew her, she seemed like a devoted mother and enthusiastic educator. But her marriage was troubled, and she was unhappy with her life, feeling trapped by responsibilities and unfulfilled expectations. In 1996, Mary Kay was teaching 6th grade at Shorewood Elementary School in Seattle. Among her students was 12-year-old Villy Foileau, a quiet boy from a troubled family. Villy's home life was chaotic, with an absent father and a mother struggling with her own issues. He was vulnerable, seeking attention and validation that he was not receiving at home. Mary Kay began paying special attention to Villy, praising his artwork and spending time with him after school. What she claimed was mentoring was actually grooming, the systematic process predators use to break down boundaries and prepare victims for abuse. She isolated him from other students, created situations where they would be alone together, and convinced him that their relationship was special and unique. By summer 1996, Mary Kay and Villy were having sexual contact. She was a 34-year-old married mother of 4. He was a 12-year-old child who could not legally consent to any sexual activity with an adult. The relationship was statutory rape under Washington law, a crime that recognized children cannot consent to sex with adults regardless of what they might say or believe. Mary Kay became pregnant with Villy's child in late 1996. When she gave birth in May 1997, the situation could no longer be hidden. Police were notified and began investigating. Mary Kay was arrested and charged with 2 counts of second-degree child rape. During her trial, Mary Kay claimed she was in love with Villy and that their relationship was consensual. Her attorneys attempted to portray it as a love story rather than abuse. But prosecutors argued correctly that a 12-year-old cannot consent to sex with an adult, that the power imbalance between teacher and student made consent impossible, and that Mary Kay had exploited her position of authority to sexually abuse a child in her care. Mary Kay pleaded guilty to 2 counts of second-degree child rape in August 1997. She was sentenced to 7.5 years in prison, but the judge suspended all but 6 months on the condition that she have no contact with Villy. She was released in January 1998 with strict orders to stay away from her victim. Within weeks of her release, Mary Kay violated her parole by meeting with Villy. Police found them together in a car in February 1998. She was immediately arrested and sent back to prison to serve her full sentence. She was also pregnant again with Villy's second child, conceived during her brief period of freedom. Mary Kay served 7 years in prison, giving birth to her second daughter by Villy while incarcerated. During this time, media coverage of the case was disturbing in how it romanticized the relationship. Some outlets portrayed it as a forbidden love story rather than what it was, an adult sexually abusing a child. This coverage minimized the crime and normalized predatory behavior when the perpetrator was an attractive woman and the victim was a boy. Mary Kay was released from prison in 2004 when Villy was 21 years old. Shockingly, the two resumed their relationship and married in 2005. They stayed together for 15 years, raising their 2 daughters. To some, this seemed to validate the relationship, proof that it was genuine love rather than abuse. But psychologists and child protection advocates argued that Villy had been groomed from such a young age that his perception of the relationship was fundamentally warped by the abuse. Mary Kay Letourneau died of cancer on July 6, 2020, at age 58. Villy separated from her before her death, finally gaining distance from the woman who had abused him as a child. In interviews after her death, he acknowledged the relationship had been inappropriate and that he had been victimized, though he struggled to fully process and articulate the abuse he had experienced. The Mary Kay Letourneau case exposed serious double standards in how society views sexual abuse. When male teachers abuse female students, they are rightfully called predators and pedophiles. But when female teachers abuse male students, the crimes are often minimized with language like affair or relationship, as if a child can have an affair with an adult. The case also revealed how victims of abuse can be so thoroughly groomed that they defend their abusers and even continue relationships with them into adulthood. This does not make the abuse less real or less damaging. It demonstrates how profoundly predators can warp their victims' understanding of healthy relationships. Mary Kay Letourneau was not a romantic figure or a woman who fell in love inappropriately. She was a child predator who used her position of authority to sexually abuse a vulnerable 12-year-old boy, destroyed his childhood, and warped his development so thoroughly that he could not escape her influence even as an adult. Her story is not a love story. It is a crime story about a teacher who betrayed every principle of her profession in a system that failed to protect a child from his abuser. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about madness disguised as mission, about a man who believed himself beyond judgment, and about how obsession with purity can transform into the purest form of evil. In the grimy streets of London's Whitechapel district during the autumn of 1888, where poverty crushed souls and women sold their bodies to survive another day, a killer was stalking the fog-shrouded alleys. He targeted prostitutes, women society had already discarded, and he mutilated them with surgical precision that suggested medical knowledge. His identity remained unknown, his motives a mystery, and his crime sparked a media frenzy that made him the world's first celebrity serial killer. This is the story of Jack the Ripper, though his true identity has never been definitively proven. Between August and November 1888, he murdered at least 5 women in London's East End, though some investigators believe he killed more. He would approach them in the early morning hours, quickly slash their throats, then mutilate their bodies with a knife, removing organs with skill that suggested anatomical knowledge. He sent taunting letters to police and newspapers, claiming responsibility and promising more murders. Then he vanished, never caught, leaving behind only questions and a legend that has endured for over a century. The canonical 5 victims, those definitively attributed to the Ripper, were Mary and Nichols, Annie Chapman, Elizabeth Stride, Catherine Eddowes, and Mary Jane Kelly. All were impoverished women in their 40s who worked as prostitutes in Whitechapel, one of London's most desperate slums. They lived in doss houses, drinking away what little money they earned, trapped in cycles of poverty and addiction with no hope of escape. The first victim, Marian Nichols, was found on August 31st, 1888, in Bucks Row. Her throat had been cut so deeply she was nearly decapitated, and her abdomen had been slashed open. The brutality shocked even seasoned police officers accustomed to Whitechapel's violence. Annie Chapman was discovered on September 8th in the backyard of 29 Hanbury Street. She had been killed and mutilated in the same manner as Nichols, but this time the killer had removed her uterus and taken it with him. This suggested someone with anatomical knowledge and raised theories that the killer might be a doctor or surgeon. On September 30th, 2 murders occurred in one night. Elizabeth Stride was found with her throat cut, but not mutilated, possibly because the killer was interrupted. Less than an hour later, Catherine Eddowes was discovered in Mitre Square, murdered and extensively mutilated. Her kidney had been removed. This double murder created panic throughout London. The final canonical victim, Mary Jane Kelly, was killed on November 9th in her small rented room. Unlike the others who had been killed outdoors, Kelly's murder occurred indoors where the killer had time and privacy. The mutilation was extreme, her body so extensively cut and organs removed that she was barely recognizable. The scene was photographed, creating images that remain among the most disturbing crime scene photos in history. During this period, numerous letters were sent to police and newspapers claiming to be from the killer. Most were hoaxes, but 2 have been considered potentially genuine by investigators. The Dear Boss letter, received September 27th, introduced the name Jack the Ripper and promised more killings. The From Hell letter, received October 16th, came with half a human kidney that the writer claimed came from Catherine Eddowes. The investigation was massive, but hampered by limited forensic technology and the chaotic conditions of Whitechapel. Police interviewed thousands of people, pursued numerous suspects, and employed innovative techniques like crime scene photography. But they never definitively identified the killer. Theories about Jack the Ripper's identity have proliferated for over a century. Suspects have included Montague John Druitt, a barrister who drowned himself shortly after the final murder; Aaron Kosminski, a Polish immigrant with mental illness who was confined to an asylum; Michael Ostrog, a Russian con artist with a history of violence; Walter Sickert, an artist whose paintings some believe contain clues about the murders. Even members of the royal family have been implicated in conspiracy theories, though without credible evidence. Modern forensic analysis using DNA from letters and evidence has pointed to some suspects more than others, but definitive proof remains elusive. The contamination of evidence over 130 years and the questionable chain of custody make conclusive identification impossible. What makes Jack the Ripper significant beyond the murders themselves is his cultural impact. He became the prototype for the serial killer in popular imagination, the mysterious figure who kills without clear motive and eludes capture. The Victorian press sensationalized the crimes, creating a media circus that amplified fear throughout London and captured international attention. The murders also exposed the desperate conditions in London's East End, where poverty forced women into prostitution and made them vulnerable to violence. Social reformers used the Ripper case to advocate for better housing, employment opportunities, and support for the poor. The victims, who had lived and died in obscurity, became symbols of society's failure to protect its most vulnerable members. The Ripper's surgical skill and apparent anatomical knowledge sparked theories he was a doctor, leading to distrust of medical professionals in Whitechapel. His ability to disappear after murders in crowded areas suggested someone who belonged in the neighborhood, who could blend in rather than stand out as suspicious. Some historians believe Jack the Ripper stopped killing because he died, was imprisoned for another crime, or was institutionalized in an asylum. Others think he may have emigrated or simply stopped for reasons unknown. The abrupt end to the murder series remains as mysterious as the killer's identity. The 5 canonical victims are now more famous in death than they ever were in life. Marion Nichols, Annie Chapman, Elizabeth Stride, Catherine Eddowes, and Mary Jane Kelly have been studied extensively, their lives examined for clues about why they were targeted and what they might reveal about their killer. The Jack the Ripper case remains unsolved, one of history's most infamous cold cases. The killer's identity is likely lost to time, but his crimes change how society viewed serial murder and how media covered violent crime. He transformed from a real killer into a legend, a symbol of Victorian-era fears about modernity, urbanization, and the darkness lurking in city streets. The women he killed deserve to be remembered not just as victims, but as individuals who lived difficult lives in impossible circumstances, who were let down by society before they were destroyed by a madman. Their deaths exposed the brutal realities of poverty and inspired reforms that helped others, though the changes came too late to save them. Jack the Ripper vanished into history, but his shadow stretches across more than a century, a reminder that some evil escapes justice and some questions remain forever unanswered, leaving only victims, mysteries, and a haunting knowledge that a killer once walked London streets and was never caught. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about power, silence, and the cost of speaking the truth. It is the story of how an industry built on dreams and fame allowed one man to control women's futures through fear. This is the story of Harvey Weinstein and the system that helped him stay untouchable for decades. For years, Harvey Weinstein was one of the most powerful figures in Hollywood. As the co-founder of Miramax and later the Weinstein Company, he produced dozens of award-winning films that shaped modern cinema. He stood on the stages of the Academy Awards, shaking hands with actors, directors, and politicians. His name appeared in movie credits alongside some of the greatest titles of the 1990s and 2000s. To the public, he was the man who made stars. Inside the industry, he was feared. Weinstein's story began in Queens, New York, where he and his brother Bob grew up in a working-class family. In the 1970s, the two founded Miramax, naming it after their parents, Miriam and Max. They began by distributing small independent films, slowly building a reputation for bringing daring stories to mainstream audiences. By the 1990s, Miramax was a powerhouse. It released Pulp Fiction, The English Patient, Shakespeare in Love, and countless others that defined a generation. But behind the scenes, Harvey Weinstein ruled through intimidation. Colleagues described him as explosive, controlling, and obsessed with dominance. He shouted at assistants, humiliated executives, and demanded absolute loyalty. That same hunger for power extended beyond his office and into his relationships with women. In hotel suites, production offices, and film festivals, Weinstein used his position to lure aspiring actresses and employees into situations where he could exploit them. He would promise career opportunities, auditions, or roles, but once alone, he would corner them, harass them, or assault them. Many women described the same routine, a meeting about work that turned into pressure, coercion, and threats. For years, the rumors spread quietly. Agents warned their clients to be careful. Some assistants tried to speak up, but were silenced by non-disclosure agreements or fear of losing their careers. Hollywood's culture of secrecy made it easy for him to operate. His films employed thousands, his influence stretched across studios, and his donations reached politicians and charities. Speaking against him meant risking everything. When women did try to go public, the system around Weinstein reacted to protect him. Lawyers threatened lawsuits. Tabloids were used to discredit victims. In some cases, private investigators were hired to track women who were considering speaking out. The first public cracks appeared in 2015 when actress Ashley Judd mentioned an unnamed studio executive who had made inappropriate advances toward her. Her story drew attention, but no one named Weinstein yet. That would change 2 years later. In October 2017, the New York Times published an article by Jodi Kantor and Megan Twohey detailing multiple allegations of sexual harassment and assault against Harvey Weinstein, spanning 3 decades. Within days, The New Yorker followed with another investigation by Ronan Farrow, containing even more accounts, including women describing rape and intimidation. The stories shared chilling similarities: hotel meetings, locked doors, demands for massages, and threats when they refused. The impact was immediate. Dozens of women, actresses, assistants, models, journalists came forward. Among them were well-known names like Gwyneth Paltrow, Angelina Jolie, Rosanna Arquette, and Salma Hayek. Many had remained silent for years, afraid of what would happen if they challenged a man so deeply connected to the industry. As the accusations grew, so did the realization that this was not an isolated case of one predator. It was a window into how Hollywood had normalized abuse of power for decades. The story ignited a movement. Women across industries began sharing their own experiences under the hashtag #MeToo, a phrase originally coined by activist Tarna Burke years earlier to support survivors of sexual violence. Within months, the #MeToo movement became a global reckoning. Harvey Weinstein was fired from his own company and expelled from the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. His empire crumbled overnight, but the real test would come in court. In 2020, after years of legal battles, Weinstein stood trial in New York. 6 women testified, describing how he had assaulted them and used his power to silence them. The prosecution presented a pattern of manipulation, using his position as a gatekeeper of careers to control young women's lives. The defense tried to argue that the encounters were consensual and part of the power dynamics of the industry. The jury disagreed. Weinstein was convicted of rape and sexual assault and sentenced to 23 years in prison. Later, additional charges in California led to another conviction, adding 16 more years to his sentence. Once one of the most powerful men in entertainment, he would spend the rest of his life behind bars. The consequences went far beyond Weinstein himself. His downfall opened a floodgate. Executives, directors, journalists, and politicians across the world faced new scrutiny. Victims who had stayed silent for years finally spoke out. Entire organizations reevaluated their policies on harassment and consent. For many women, the movement represented the first time their voices were believed. Yet for others, it was a painful reminder of how long the system had ignored them. Some of Weinstein's victims had tried to report him in the 1990s, but were dismissed or paid off through settlements that buried their stories. The legal structures that protected powerful men for so long, non-disclosure agreements, private arbitration, and corporate complicity, began to crumble only after the media exposure. The film industry has tried to move forward, but the scars remain. Many survivors of Weinstein's abuse continue to deal with trauma, therapy, and careers that never recovered. Some left the industry entirely. The Me Too movement, though transformative, also faced backlash. Critics claimed it created fear and overcorrection. But its impact was undeniable. It changed how the world talks about consent, accountability, and power. Weinstein's case showed how abuse can hide in plain sight when wealth and influence are involved. He surrounded himself with enablers, lawyers, publicists, and executives who benefited from his success and looked away from his crimes. In the end, his downfall was not only a personal collapse, but an indictment of an entire culture that prioritized money and fame over humanity. When he entered the courtroom in handcuffs, limping and pale, the image symbolized the end of an era, the moment when power no longer guaranteed protection. For decades, Hollywood had rewarded silence. Now, silence had finally broken. Harvey Weinstein will likely die in prison. His name, once attached to golden statues and glamorous parties, now stands as a warning, a symbol of what happens when power goes unchecked. But the women who spoke out did more than expose one man. They exposed a system built on fear and silence. And they changed the world by refusing to stay quiet. Their voices created a movement that outlived his power, proving that even in the darkest corners of fame, truth still finds a way to be heard. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a young woman who went on a first date and never came home, about a man who seemed charming online but had a dark past, and about how a family's relentless search for answers led to the discovery of a predator who thought he could get away with a perfect crime. In August 2016, 27-year-old Sydney Luff was excited about going on a date. She had matched with someone on the dating app Tinder and had been chatting with a woman named Aubrey Trail. Sydney was working at a home improvement store in Lincoln, Nebraska, and was looking forward to meeting someone new. She told her friends and co-workers about the upcoming date, and on November 15th, 2016, Sydney went out to meet her date. That was the last time anyone saw Sydney Luff alive. When she didn't show up for work the next day and didn't respond to calls or texts, her friends and family knew immediately that something was wrong. Sydney was responsible and reliable. She wouldn't just disappear without telling anyone. Her worried friends reported her missing to police. Investigators began tracing Sydney's last known movements and discovered that she had gone on a date with someone she had met through Tinder. But as they dug deeper, they found that the person Sydney thought she was meeting wasn't exactly who they claimed to be. The profile belonged to a woman named Bailey Boswell, but Bailey was actually working with her boyfriend, a man named Aubrey Trail. Police obtained surveillance footage from stores where Sydney had been seen with Bailey on their date. The footage showed Sydney and Bailey together, shopping and appearing to have a normal evening. But after that night, Sydney vanished completely. Her car was found abandoned in her apartment complex parking lot, and her personal belongings were inside, suggesting she had made it home after the date but had then gone somewhere else. As investigators looked into Bailey Boswell and Aubrey Trail, they discovered a disturbing history. Aubrey Trail was a 51-year-old con artist with a criminal record. He had a history of manipulation and fraud. Bailey Boswell was 23 years old and had been in a relationship with Trail despite their significant age difference. The two were living together and appeared to be involved in some kind of scheme. Police began searching for Bailey and Aubrey, and they also started looking for any evidence that might reveal what had happened to Sydney. What they discovered was horrifying. In late November 2016, investigators found human remains scattered across rural areas in Clay County, Nebraska. The body had been dismembered and disposed of in multiple locations. DNA testing confirmed the worst fears of Sydney's family. The remains belonged to Sydney Luff. The discovery turned the missing person case into a homicide investigation. Bailey Boswell and Aubrey Trail were located and arrested. As police questioned them and searched their property, a disturbing picture emerged of what had happened to Sydney. According to the investigation, Aubrey Trail had orchestrated the entire plot. He had convinced Bailey to create the Tinder profile and lure Sydney into meeting them. Trail's plan was to kidnap and harm Sydney, and he had been fantasizing about committing such a crime. Bailey had gone along with the plan, using her appearance and charm to make Sydney feel comfortable and safe. On the night Sydney disappeared, she had gone back to Trail and Boswell's apartment after the initial date. Once there, Trail attacked and strangled Sydney while Bailey was present. After taking Sydney's life, the couple dismembered her body and disposed of the remains in multiple locations, thinking they could hide the evidence of their crime. During the investigation, police found disturbing evidence in Trail and Boswell's apartment and storage units. They discovered tools that had been used to dismember Sydney's body, cleaning supplies purchased to eliminate evidence, and personal items belonging to Sydney. They also found videos and messages that showed Trail had been planning to commit violence and that Bailey had been a willing participant. Both Bailey Boswell and Aubrey Trail were charged with first-degree ending of life. Trail's trial began in June 2019. The prosecution presented overwhelming evidence, including the forensic evidence from the crime scene, surveillance footage showing Sydney with Bailey, and testimony about Trail's violent fantasies and plans. During his trial, Aubrey Trail made shocking courtroom outbursts. At one point, he slashed his own throat in the courtroom with a razor blade, causing a chaotic scene before he was subdued and given medical treatment. He survived the suicide attempt, and the trial continued. Trail's bizarre and attention-seeking behavior demonstrated his unstable and manipulative personality. In July 2019, Aubrey Trail was convicted of first-degree ending of Sydney Luff's life. He was sentenced to death by a 3-judge panel. Trail showed no genuine remorse for what he had done and continued to behave erratically throughout the proceedings. His death sentence reflected the premeditated and heinous nature of his crime. Bailey Boswell's trial took place in October 2020. The prosecution argued that she was not merely a passive participant, but had actively helped Trail plan and execute the crime. They showed that Bailey had lured Sydney using the dating app, had been present during the attack, and had helped dispose of the body. Bailey claimed she had been manipulated and controlled by Trail, but the evidence showed she had been a willing participant. Bailey Boswell was also convicted of first-degree ending of life. She became one of the few women in Nebraska history to be sentenced to death. The judge and jury rejected her claims that she was a victim of Trail's manipulation, finding instead that she had made conscious choices to participate in the kidnapping and taking of Sydney's life. Sydney Luff's family has endured unimaginable pain since her disappearance and death. Sydney was a kind, trusting young woman who was simply trying to meet new people and enjoy life. She had no way of knowing that the dating profile she matched with was part of a trap set by 2 people looking for a victim. The case highlighted the potential dangers of online dating and the importance of safety precautions when meeting people from apps. Sydney had told friends about her date and had seemed to take reasonable precautions, but she still encountered predators who saw her as prey rather than a person. Sydney's family has worked to honor her memory by raising awareness about online dating safety and supporting other families who have lost loved ones to violence. They remember Sydney for her bright smile, her love of animals, and her kind heart. She was taken from them by 2 people who valued their twisted desires more than human life. But Sydney is remembered for who she was, not for how she died. Aubrey Trail and Bailey Boswell remain on death row in Nebraska, where they will likely spend years in appeals before any execution could take place. But regardless of when or if their sentences are carried out, they have already lost their freedom and will never again be able to harm anyone the way they harmed Sydney Luff. I'm going to tell you a story about a college freshman who went to a party and never made it home, about security cameras that tracked her final steps, and about how a case that seemed impossible to solve was finally cracked when a suspect made one critical mistake years later. In September 2006, 20-year-old Tara Grinstead was a beloved high school teacher and former beauty queen living in Ascilla, Georgia. She taught history at Irwin County High School and was a mentor to many of her students. On October 22, 2006, Tara went to a beauty pageant where she was helping as a judge, and afterward, she attended a barbecue at a friend's house. That was the last time anyone saw her. When Tara didn't show up for work on Monday morning, her colleagues knew something was wrong. Tara was extremely reliable and would never miss work without calling. Friends went to her house to check on her and found her car parked outside, and her cell phone and keys inside the home. The front door was locked, and there were no obvious signs of a break-in or struggle. But Tara was gone. Police began investigating immediately, and the case quickly became one of Georgia's most high-profile missing person cases. Tara's disappearance made national news, and the small town of Ascilla was gripped with fear and speculation about what had happened to the popular teacher. Investigators found a latex glove in Tara's front yard that appeared to have been left recently, but testing didn't reveal whose it was. For over a decade, the case remained unsolved. Despite extensive investigations, numerous tips, and several persons of interest being questioned over the years, no one was ever charged. Tara's family never gave up hope of finding answers, and the case was featured on multiple true crime shows and podcasts, most notably on the podcast Up and Vanished, which brought renewed attention to the case in 2016. Then in February 2017, over 11 years after Tara disappeared, investigators got the break they had been waiting for. A man named Ryan Duke was arrested and charged with taking Tara Grinstead's life. Duke had been a student at Irwin County High School and would have known who Tara was, though he was not one of her students. The arrest shocked the community because Duke had never been a major suspect in the case. According to the investigation, Ryan Duke confessed to a friend about what he had done, and that friend eventually went to authorities. Duke told investigators that he had broken into Tara's home intending to commit burglary. He claimed he was high on drugs at the time, and that when Tara woke up and confronted him, he panicked and attacked her, strangling her to death. Duke said he then enlisted the help of a friend named Bo Dukes to dispose of Tara's body. According to the confession, the two men took Tara's body to a pecan orchard that belonged to Bo Dukes' family, where they burned her remains and scattered the ashes. Bo Dukes was arrested and charged with concealing a death and hindering the apprehension of a criminal. He was later convicted and sentenced to 25 years in prison. The confession and arrest brought some answers to Tara's family after more than a decade of uncertainty. But the case was far from over. Ryan Duke's trial was delayed multiple times over the next several years. Then, when the trial finally began in 2022, Duke did something shocking. He recanted his confession. At trial, Ryan Duke claimed that his confession had been false and that he had only confessed because he was under pressure. He now claimed that Bo Dukes was actually the one who had taken Tara's life, and that he, Ryan, had only helped dispose of the body. Duke testified that Bo had told him he killed Tara and forced him to help burn her remains, threatening him to keep quiet about it. The trial became a complicated he-said situation. Bo Dukes was already in prison and chose not to testify, exercising his Fifth Amendment right. The prosecution had Ryan Duke's original confession where he admitted to strangling Tara, but Duke was now claiming that confession was coerced and false. The defense argued that Bo Dukes was the real killer and that Ryan had been wrongly blamed. The jury heard testimony about the investigation, about the latex glove found in Tara's yard, and about the lack of physical evidence directly tying Ryan Duke to the scene. They heard Ryan Duke's confession and his explanation for why he now said it wasn't true. They had to decide whether to believe Duke's original confession or his trial testimony claiming innocence. In May 2022, after several days of deliberation, the jury reached a surprising verdict. They found Ryan Duke not guilty of taking Tara Grinstead's life. However, they did convict him of concealing a death, finding that he had helped dispose of her body, even if they weren't convinced beyond reasonable doubt that he had been the one to kill her. Duke was sentenced to 10 years in prison, with credit for time already served while awaiting trial. The verdict was devastating for Tara's family and friends. After waiting 16 years for justice, the person who confessed to ending Tara's life was acquitted of that charge. Many people in the community believe that Ryan Duke had gotten away with taking a life, while others felt the jury had done the right thing given the lack of physical evidence and the recanted confession. Bo Dukes remains in prison, serving his sentence for concealing Tara's death and hindering the investigation. Some people believe he was actually the one who killed Tara, as Ryan Duke claimed at trial. Others believe both men were involved in different ways. The truth about exactly what happened to Tara Grinstead that October night in 2006 may never be fully known. Tara Grinstead was a dedicated teacher who made a positive impact on countless students during her career. She was working on her master's degree and had her whole future ahead of her. Her former students remember her as caring, encouraging, and someone who genuinely wanted to help them succeed. She deserved to continue teaching and inspiring young people, but instead, her life was cut short. The case highlighted how difficult it can be to prosecute crimes when physical evidence is destroyed and when the only evidence is a confession that is later recanted. It also showed how cold cases can sometimes be solved years or even decades later when witnesses finally come forward with information. While Tara's family didn't get the verdict they hoped for, they at least finally knew what had happened to her and were able to have some closure after 16 years of painful uncertainty. Tara's legacy lives on through the students whose lives she touched and through the foundation her family established to provide scholarships to local students. She is remembered not for how she died, but for how she lived and the positive difference she made in her community during her 20-year life. I'm going to tell you a story about a young woman who was excited to start her new life in a big city, about an apartment building that became a hunting ground, and about how a maintenance worker used his keys and his knowledge of when tenants would be home alone to commit a series of terrifying attacks that left the community in fear. In the summer of 2015, Ashley Manta was a 23-year-old woman who had just moved into a nice apartment complex in Arlington, Virginia, just outside Washington, D.C. She was starting a new job and was excited about her independence. The apartment building seemed safe and well-maintained, and Ashley felt comfortable living there on her own. On the night of August 10th, 2015, Ashley was home alone in her apartment when she heard someone at her door. Before she could react, a man burst into her apartment. He was wearing dark clothing and had his face partially covered. The intruder attacked Ashley, and despite her attempts to fight back, he overpowered her and assaulted her. After the attack, he fled the apartment, leaving Ashley traumatized and terrified. Ashley immediately called police and reported the assault. Officers responded quickly and began investigating. Ashley gave them a description of her attacker, though she hadn't been able to see his face clearly. Detectives processed the crime scene for evidence and interviewed neighbors to see if anyone had seen or heard anything suspicious. But there were no obvious leads about who had attacked Ashley or how he had gotten into her apartment. Then, just 2 weeks later, on August 24th, 2015, another woman in the same apartment complex was attacked in a nearly identical manner. A man had entered her apartment and assaulted her before fleeing. The second victim also reported that the attacker seemed to know the layout of her apartment and had gotten inside without any signs of forced entry, as if he had a key. The two attacks in the same building within such a short time period were clearly connected. Police realized they were dealing with a serial predator who was specifically targeting women in this apartment complex. Detectives began looking at everyone who had access to the building, including maintenance workers, security staff, and anyone else who might have keys to the apartments. The investigation focused on the apartment complex's maintenance staff because the attacker seemed to have keys and detailed knowledge of the building's layout. One maintenance worker who drew particular attention was 30-year-old Devin Burgess. Burgess had worked at the complex for several months and had access to all the apartments. He also fit the general physical description both victims had provided. Detectives obtained surveillance footage from cameras around the apartment complex. The footage showed Burgess near the victims' apartments around the times of the attacks. His work schedule gave him opportunities to observe when residents were home alone. Cell phone records also placed him in the area during the attacks. Police arrested Devin Burgess and obtained a search warrant for his home and vehicle. Inside, they found items that belonged to the victims, including pieces of jewelry and other personal belongings that had been taken during the attacks. They also found clothing that matched what the attacker had been wearing. The evidence connecting Burgess to the crimes was strong and growing stronger. As the investigation continued, detectives discovered that Burgess had been systematically targeting women who lived alone. He had used his position as a maintenance worker to identify vulnerable victims. He would enter apartments when he knew the women would be home alone, using his master key to get inside without having to break in. His job gave him the perfect cover to case the apartments and plan his attacks. DNA evidence collected from the crime scenes was tested and matched Devin Burgess. The combination of DNA evidence, the stolen property found in his possession, surveillance footage, and his opportunity and access to the apartments built an overwhelming case against him. Burgess was charged with multiple counts of assault and burglary. As news of Burgess's arrest spread, other women from the apartment complex and from previous places where he had worked came forward with similar stories. Some reported feeling uncomfortable around Burgess or having noticed him acting suspiciously. Others reported items missing from their apartments or signs that someone had been inside when they weren't home. The full scope of his predatory behavior was beginning to emerge. Devin Burgess's trial began in 2016. The prosecution presented the DNA evidence, the stolen items found in his possession, and testimony from the victims about their terrifying ordeals. The victims described the lasting trauma of being attacked in their own homes, the one place where they should have felt safe. They talked about no longer feeling secure in their apartments and the difficulty of trusting anyone after the attacks. The defense tried to argue that the evidence was circumstantial and that Burgess's access to the apartments as a maintenance worker didn't prove he had committed the assaults. However, the DNA evidence was conclusive, and the stolen property found in his home was impossible to explain away. The jury found the evidence overwhelming. In 2017, Devin Burgess was convicted on all charges related to the attacks on Ashley and the other victim. He was sentenced to multiple life sentences plus additional years for burglary and other charges. The judge noted the particularly predatory nature of his crimes, using his position of trust to identify and attack vulnerable women in their own homes. Burgess will spend the rest of his life in prison. The case led to changes in how apartment complexes screen and monitor their maintenance staff. Many properties implemented policies requiring background checks and systems to track when and why maintenance workers enter individual apartments. The attacks highlighted the vulnerability people face when maintenance workers, who necessarily have access to private living spaces, abuse that trust. For Ashley and the other victims, the conviction brought some measure of justice, but the trauma of the attacks remained. Being assaulted in your own home violates a fundamental sense of safety and security. The knowledge that the attacker was someone who had legitimate access to the building and had been watching and planning made the violation even worse. Ashley has spoken publicly about her experience, hoping to raise awareness about the importance of security measures in apartment buildings and the need for residents to trust their instincts if something feels wrong. She has worked to help other assault survivors and has advocated for stronger tenant protections. Devin Burgess used his position as a maintenance worker to terrorize women who trusted that the people working in their building were there to help them, not hurt them. His crimes serve as a reminder that predators can hide behind any uniform or position of authority, and that vigilance and strong security protocols are essential in multi-unit housing where so many people have access to private spaces. I'm going to tell you a story about a loving grandmother who opened her door to someone she trusted, about a small Texas town shaken by a brutal crime, and about how investigators used modern forensic technology to finally solve a murder that had haunted a community for nearly 3 decades. In March 1991, 72-year-old Johnny Ferrier was a beloved grandmother living in the small town of Palo Alto in East Texas. She was active in her community and known for her kindness and generosity. Johnny lived alone in a modest home and was comfortable there, feeling safe in the tight-knit community where everyone knew each other. On March 24th, 1991, Johnny's daughter went to check on her mother and made a horrifying discovery. Johnny had been brutally attacked in her own home. She had been beaten and stabbed multiple times. The level of violence was shocking, especially in such a quiet town where serious crimes were rare. Johnny was rushed to the hospital but died from her injuries. Police investigated the crime scene and found that there was no sign of forced entry. This suggested that Johnny had known her attacker and had willingly let them into her home. Items appeared to be missing from the house, indicating robbery might have been a motive, but the extreme violence suggested something more personal. The brutality of the attack seemed excessive for a simple burglary. Investigators interviewed neighbors and family members, trying to establish who might have visited Johnny that day. They processed the crime scene for fingerprints and other evidence. Despite their efforts, the case quickly went cold. There were no solid leads, no witnesses who had seen anyone suspicious, and the forensic technology available in 1991 was limited. Johnny's family was left without answers or justice. For nearly 30 years, the case remained unsolved. Johnny's family never gave up hope that someday her killer would be found. But as decades passed, it seemed increasingly unlikely. The investigators who had originally worked the case retired, and new generations of law enforcement took their place. But the file on Johnny Ferrier's murder remained open. Then in 2019, detectives decided to take another look at the cold case using modern forensic technology that hadn't existed in 1991. They retrieved evidence that had been carefully preserved from the crime scene, including items that might contain DNA. Advances in DNA testing now allowed scientists to extract and analyze genetic material from evidence that would have been useless decades earlier. The DNA testing revealed a profile that could be entered into national databases, but there was no match to anyone in the criminal DNA database. The case seemed to have hit another dead end. However, investigators decided to try a relatively new technique: forensic genetic genealogy, the same method that had been used to catch the Golden State Killer. Detectives uploaded the DNA profile to public genealogy databases where people voluntarily submit their DNA to find relatives and learn about their ancestry. The DNA from Johnny's crime scene matched several distant relatives. Investigators then used traditional genealogy research to build family trees and narrow down potential suspects. The genetic genealogy work led investigators to a man named James Frazier, who had lived in the Palo Alto area in 1991. Frazier was now in his 60s and had moved away from the area years earlier. Detectives began surveilling Frazier and eventually obtained a DNA sample from him by collecting items he had discarded. When that DNA was compared to the evidence from Johnny's murder, it was a match. Police arrested James Frazier in November 2019 and charged him with taking Johnny Ferrier's life. After nearly 29 years, Johnny's family finally had answers about who had attacked their mother and grandmother. The arrest brought a mix of relief and renewed grief as they processed the fact that justice had taken so long. As investigators dug into Frazier's background, they discovered he had known Johnny and had done odd jobs for her in the past. This explained why there was no forced entry. Johnny had trusted Frazier and let him into her home, not knowing he intended to rob and harm her. The violence suggested that when Johnny resisted or recognized him, Frazier had attacked her to eliminate a witness. Frazier had lived in the community for years after Johnny's murder before eventually moving away. He had never been a prime suspect in the original investigation, possibly because his connection to Johnny had seemed too casual to warrant deep scrutiny, or perhaps because he had managed to deflect attention. For nearly 3 decades, he had lived his life knowing what he had done, but believing he had gotten away with it. Frazier's trial took place in 2021. The prosecution presented the DNA evidence that definitively placed him at the crime scene. They also presented testimony about his relationship with Johnny and his opportunity to commit the crime. The defense tried to argue that the DNA evidence alone didn't prove Frazier had committed violence, only that he had been in Johnny's home at some point, which he could have been legitimately, as someone who did work for her. However, the prosecution pointed out that Frazier had never come forward during the investigation to say he had been at Johnny's house or might have left DNA there. His silence for 3 decades, combined with the DNA evidence and the violent nature of the crime, painted a clear picture of guilt. The jury agreed. In 2021, James Frazier was convicted of taking Johnny Ferrier's life. He was sentenced to life in prison, ensuring he would spend his remaining years behind bars for what he had done. The conviction came 30 years after the crime, but for Johnny's family, it finally brought a sense of closure and justice. Johnny Ferrier's daughter, who had been the one to discover her mother's body all those years ago, was able to attend the trial and see her mother's killer convicted. She spoke about the decades of wondering who had taken her mother's life and the relief of finally knowing. While nothing could bring Johnny back, the family found some peace in knowing the person responsible had been held accountable. The case demonstrated the power of advances in forensic science and the importance of preserving evidence from unsolved crimes. The DNA that solved Johnny's case had been sitting in storage for 3 decades, waiting for technology to advance enough to be useful. Without that preserved evidence, and without the development of genetic genealogy techniques, James Frazier would likely have never been caught. Johnny Ferrier was a kind woman who had opened her door to someone she thought she could trust. She had been generous with her time and had hired James Frazier to help with work around her home. Instead of being grateful for her kindness, Frazier had betrayed that trust in the most violent way possible. Johnny deserved to live out her remaining years surrounded by the family who loved her, but instead her life was stolen by someone who valued a few material possessions more than human life. The case serves as a reminder that cold cases are never truly closed, and that advances in technology can bring justice even decades after a crime. For families of victims in unsolved cases, Johnny Ferrier's story offers hope that answers may still come, even after many years of waiting. I'm going to tell you a story about a 6-year-old beauty pageant contestant who was found dead in her own home on Christmas night, about a ransom note that seemed staged, and about a case that remains one of America's most famous unsolved mysteries more than 25 years later. On the morning of December 26, 1996, Patsy Ramsey woke up in her Boulder, Colorado home and found a ransom note on the staircase. The note, written on paper from a notepad in the house, claimed that her 6-year-old daughter JonBenet had been kidnapped and demanded $118,000 for her safe return. The amount was oddly specific and nearly matched the exact bonus Patsy's husband John had recently received from his company. Patsy immediately called police, and officers arrived at the Ramsey home within minutes. The ransom note was unusually long, nearly 3 pages, which was strange for a kidnapping ransom demand. The note referenced movies and contained odd phrasing that seemed theatrical rather than authentic. Police began treating the scene as a kidnapping, but found the situation increasingly suspicious. John Ramsey and some friends searched the house while police secured the scene. Hours after the initial call, John went down to the basement and opened the door to a small wine cellar room. Inside, he found JonBenet's body. She had duct tape over her mouth, a cord around her neck, and her hands were loosely tied. John immediately picked up his daughter's body and carried her upstairs, contaminating the crime scene. The discovery changed everything. This wasn't a kidnapping at all. JonBenet had been in the house the entire time, dead in the basement while police searched for a kidnapper who didn't exist. The medical examiner determined that JonBenet had died from strangulation by ligature and had also suffered a severe skull fracture. There was evidence suggesting she had been sexually assaulted. The case immediately became a media sensation. JonBenet had been a child beauty pageant contestant, and photos and videos of her in elaborate costumes and makeup were broadcast nationally. The images disturbed many people who felt uncomfortable with the sexualization of such a young child. The case sparked debates about child beauty pageants and whether they put children at risk. Police focused their investigation on the Ramsey family. The ransom note had been written on paper from inside the house using a pen from the house. There were no signs of forced entry anywhere. The oddly specific ransom amount matching John's bonus seemed too coincidental. The elaborate staging of the scene suggested someone with intimate knowledge of the family. Handwriting experts examined the ransom note and said they could not eliminate Patsy Ramsey as the author. The note contained phrases and handwriting patterns that were similar to Patsy's writing. Some experts believed she had written it, while others disagreed. The handwriting evidence became one of the most contentious aspects of the case. The Ramsey family maintained their innocence from the beginning. They insisted that an intruder had entered their home, attacked JonBenet, and left the ransom note to mislead police. They pointed to evidence of an unidentified male DNA found on JonBenet's clothing that didn't match any family member. They argued this DNA belonged to the killer. The Boulder Police Department and the district attorney's office had major disagreements about how to handle the case. The police wanted to focus more intensively on the family, while the DA felt there wasn't enough evidence to charge them. The disagreements hampered the investigation and created public confusion about the direction of the case. In 1999, a grand jury heard evidence in the case and voted to indict John and Patsy Ramsey on charges of child abuse resulting in death. However, the district attorney at the time refused to sign the indictment, saying there wasn't enough evidence to successfully prosecute. This decision wasn't made public until years later, adding another layer of controversy to the case. Over the years, various theories emerged about what happened to JonBenet. Some believed that an intruder had indeed killed her and that the family was innocent. Others believed that someone in the family, possibly accidentally, had harmed JonBenet and that the parents had staged the scene to cover it up. Still others suggested JonBenet's brother Burke, who was 9 at the time, might have been involved. In 2003, new DNA testing technology became available, and additional testing was done on evidence from a scene. The test confirmed the presence of DNA from an unknown male on multiple pieces of JonBenet's clothing. This DNA didn't match anyone in the Ramsey family or anyone in the DNA databases. In 2008, the Boulder District Attorney publicly apologized to the Ramsey family, stating that new DNA evidence had convinced prosecutors that an intruder was responsible and that the family was not involved. The letter was a dramatic reversal from years of suspicion directed at the family. Patsy Ramsey had died of ovarian cancer in 2006, never seeing her name officially cleared. John Ramsey has continued to advocate for justice for JonBenet and has pushed for further DNA testing using newer technologies. He believes that genealogical DNA databases, like those used to catch the Golden State Killer, could potentially identify his daughter's killer. Burke Ramsey, JonBenet's brother, has largely stayed out of the public eye, but has given occasional interviews maintaining that he and his family had nothing to do with his sister's death. He successfully sued CBS for a documentary that suggested he might have been involved, receiving settlement. The case remains officially unsolved. Boulder police say the investigation is active and ongoing, and they continue to follow up on tips and review evidence periodically. In recent years, there have been calls to use advanced genealogical DNA techniques to try to identify the source of the unknown male DNA found at the scene. JonBenet Ramsey would be in her 30s today if she had lived. Instead, her life ended at age 6 in the basement of her own home on Christmas night. Whether she was killed by an intruder or by someone she knew, someone took a little girl's life and has never been held accountable. The case has become a symbol of how media coverage can overwhelm an investigation and how public opinion can turn against people before all facts are known. It also highlighted flaws in how the crime scene was handled initially, with key evidence potentially being contaminated or lost. For the Ramsey family, the tragedy of losing JonBenet was compounded by years of being suspected and accused in the court of public opinion. For those who believe an intruder was responsible, the case represents a failure of the justice system to identify and prosecute the real killer. Whatever the truth, JonBenet Ramsey's death remains one of the most infamous unsolved cases in American history, a mystery that has captivated and frustrated investigators and the public for more than a quarter century. I'm going to tell you a story about a young woman who went to a party with friends, about a night of drinking that turned deadly, and about how one man's decision to drive drunk ended multiple lives and changed families forever. In June 2013, 22-year-old Jacqueline Saburito was driving home from a birthday party in Austin, Texas, when her life changed forever. A car, traveling in the opposite direction, suddenly swerved into her lane and hit her vehicle head-on. The impact was devastating, and Jacqueline's car immediately burst into flames. Two of her friends died at the scene, and Jacqueline was trapped in the burning vehicle for nearly a minute before being pulled out by rescue workers. The driver who caused the crash was 18-year-old Reggie Stepe, and he was severely intoxicated. Stepe had been at a party drinking heavily and had gotten behind the wheel despite being far over the legal limit. Witnesses said his car had been weaving across the road before the collision. When police tested his blood alcohol level after the crash, it was more than twice the legal limit. Jacqueline survived the initial crash, but the burns she suffered were catastrophic. Over 60% of her body was burned, with the most severe damage to her face and hands. She spent months in the hospital undergoing dozens of painful surgeries. Doctors had to amputate several of her fingers. Her face was so severely burned that her features were completely disfigured. She would require ongoing medical care for the rest of her life. The two friends who died in the crash were Laura Guerrero and Natalia Bennett, both young women in their early 20s who had been looking forward to their futures. They died instantly when Steffi's car slammed into them. Their families were left to grieve, while also watching Jacqueline fight for her life in the hospital. Reggie Stepe was charged with 2 counts of intoxication manslaughter for the deaths of Laura and Natalia. The prosecution argued that Stepe had made a conscious choice to drink heavily and then drive, showing reckless disregard for human life. They presented evidence of his blood alcohol level and testimony from witnesses who had seen him drinking at the party and had tried to stop him from driving. The defense tried to portray Stepe as a good kid who had made a terrible mistake. They argued that he hadn't intended to hurt anyone and that he was remorseful for what had happened. They asked for leniency, suggesting that sending a young man to prison for a long time wouldn't undo the tragedy and would only ruin another life. The jury found Reggie Stepe guilty on both counts. The judge sentenced him to 7 years in prison for each count, to be served concurrently, meaning he would serve 7 years total. Many people felt the sentence was too light, given that 2 people had died and Jacqueline had been left permanently disfigured. But under Texas law at the time, this was within the normal sentencing range for intoxication manslaughter. Jacqueline Saburito became the face of anti-drunk driving campaigns in Texas and across the country. Despite her severe injuries and constant pain, she chose to share her story publicly to prevent others from making the same choice Stepe had made. She appeared in public service announcements showing her disfigured face and explaining what drunk driving had done to her life. The images of Jacqueline before and after the crash were shocking and powerful. Before the accident, she had been a beautiful young woman with her whole life ahead of her. After the crash, she was left with severe scarring and disfigurement that would never fully heal. She underwent over 100 surgeries and attempts to reconstruct her face and hands, enduring years of painful procedures and rehabilitation. Jacqueline's story resonated with people because she refused to hide. She could have stayed out of the public eye and dealt with her injuries privately, but instead she chose to use her experience to educate others. She spoke at schools, appeared in media campaigns, and shared graphic photos of her injuries to show the real consequences of drunk driving. Reggie Stepe served his 7-year sentence and was released from prison. After his release, he also began speaking out about the dangers of drunk driving, expressing remorse for his actions and the pain he had caused. Some people appreciated his efforts to prevent others from making his mistake, while others felt no amount of advocacy could make up for the lives he had taken and destroyed. Laura Guerrero and Natalia Bennett never got the chance to speak out or advocate for anything. Their lives were cut short at 20 and 21 years old, respectively. They had dreams, families who loved them, and futures that were stolen in an instant by someone's decision to drive drunk. Their families had to live with the permanent absence of daughters, sisters, and friends who should still be alive. Jacqueline Saburito lived with the consequences of Steffi's actions every single day. She required constant medical care, faced daily pain, and dealt with the stares and questions that came with her appearance. Simple tasks that most people take for granted became difficult or impossible for her. She needed assistance with basic activities and faced numerous health complications related to her injuries. In 2019, Jacqueline Saburito died at age 40 from cancer. Her death was not directly related to the crash injuries, but her compromised health from years of surgeries and medical treatments may have made fighting the disease more difficult. Her death was mourned by many who had been inspired by her courage and advocacy. The case of Jacqueline Saburito and the crash caused by Reggie Stephay became one of the most well-known examples of the devastating consequences of drunk driving. The before and after photos of Jacqueline were used in driver's education classes and anti-drunk driving campaigns around the world. Her willingness to show her injuries and share her pain educated millions of people about why getting behind the wheel while intoxicated is never worth the risk. Drunk driving remains a serious problem despite decades of awareness campaigns and stricter laws. Every year, thousands of people die in crashes caused by intoxicated drivers, and many more are seriously injured. Jacqueline's story served as a powerful reminder that drunk driving doesn't just potentially kill the drunk driver. It destroys innocent lives and leaves survivors with permanent consequences. The tragedy also highlighted how lenient sentencing can be for drunk driving cases, even when people die. 7 years in prison for taking 2 lives and permanently disfiguring another person struck many as inadequate justice. The case sparked discussions about whether drunk driving laws and penalties need to be even stricter to truly deter people from making this deadly choice. Jacqueline Saburito's legacy lives on through the countless lives that were potentially saved by her advocacy. Young people who saw her photos or heard her speak made different choices about drinking and driving. Her courage in sharing her story despite the pain and difficulty transformed a personal tragedy into a force for preventing future tragedies. I'm going to tell you a story about a fitness instructor who seemed to have a perfect life, about a husband who came home to find his house on fire, and about how investigators discovered that a woman had murdered her husband and 2 young daughters to start a new life with her lover. In May 2020, 43-year-old Chris Watts was living in Colorado with his wife Sean Ann and their 2 daughters. But this story is about a different family and a different tragedy that happened years earlier. In December 2008, 34-year-old Chris Coleman was the head of security for famous televangelist Joyce Meyer. He lived in Columbia, Illinois with his wife Sherry and their 2 sons, 9-year-old Garrett and 11-year-old Gavin. From the outside, the Colemans appear to be a devout Christian family living a blessed life. Chris had an important job protecting a well-known minister, and Sherry was a dedicated mother who homeschooled their boys. On the morning of May 5th, 2009, Chris called his neighbor at 6:43 in the morning asking him to check on his family. Chris claimed he'd been trying to reach Sherry, but she wasn't answering her phone, and he was worried something was wrong. Chris said he was on his way home from the gym, but was concerned about his wife and children. The neighbor went to the Coleman home, and when no one answered his knocks, he looked through the windows. What he saw was horrifying. Through the window, he could see what appeared to be a body lying on the floor. He immediately called police, who arrived within minutes and forced entry into the house. Inside, police found a scene of unspeakable horror. Sherry Coleman was found dead in the master bedroom, lying on the bed. She had been strangled with a ligature. The 2 boys, Garrett and Gavin, were found dead in their bedrooms, also strangled. All 3 had been killed while they were sleeping or shortly after waking up that morning. Even more disturbing were messages spray-painted on the walls throughout the house. Someone had written threatening messages in red paint, including phrases that suggested the murders were related to Chris Coleman's work with Joyce Meyer. The graffiti appeared to be an attempt to make the murders look like they were committed by someone angry about the ministry. Chris Coleman arrived home shortly after police and appeared distraught at the scene. He told investigators that his family had been receiving threats for weeks, including disturbing emails and letters. He said the threats were related to his work and that someone had been targeting his family because of his association with Joyce Meyer. Investigators immediately began examining the threatening emails and letters Chris had reported. They quickly noticed something suspicious. The emails had been sent from an account that was traced back to Chris Coleman's own computer. The threatening messages had come from inside the house, sent by Chris himself. He had been creating a false trail of evidence to make it appear his family was being targeted by an outside threat. As detectives dug deeper into Chris's life, they discovered he had been having an affair with a woman named Tara Lentz, who worked for Joyce Meyer's ministry in Florida. Chris and Tara had been involved romantically for several months, exchanging thousands of text messages and emails. Chris had told Tara he was planning to leave his wife and marry her. The evidence showed that Chris had been living a double life. While presenting himself as a devoted Christian husband and father, he was secretly carrying on an affair and planning to leave his family. But divorce would have meant losing his job with the ministry, losing his reputation in the religious community, and paying child support. Chris apparently decided that murdering his family was a better solution than facing the consequences of his choices. The investigation revealed that Chris had planned the murders carefully. He had been sending himself the threatening emails for months to establish a narrative that his family was in danger. On the morning of the murders, Chris had strangled Sherry first, then killed both boys while they slept. He then spray-painted the threatening messages on the walls to stage the scene. After that, he went to the gym to establish an alibi and called his neighbor to discover the bodies. Chris Coleman was arrested and charged with 3 counts of first-degree murder. His trial began in 2011, and the prosecution presented overwhelming evidence of his guilt. They showed the jury the emails traced to his computer, the evidence of his affair with Tara Lentz, and the forensic evidence proving the crime scene had been staged. They presented testimony showing Chris had researched how to commit the perfect murder. The defense tried to argue that someone else could have committed the murders and framed Chris, but the evidence was too strong. The jury heard about Chris's affair, his lies, and his elaborate planning. They saw through his attempts to portray himself as a grieving husband and father. After deliberating for less than a day, the jury found Chris Coleman guilty on all 3 counts of murder. Chris Coleman was sentenced to 3 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole. The judge described the murders as especially heinous because Chris had killed his own children while they slept, showing them no mercy. Chris showed no emotion as the sentence was read, maintaining the cold demeanor he had displayed throughout the trial. Sherry Coleman had been a devoted mother who loved her boys and had dedicated her life to raising them. Garrett and Gavin were young boys who loved sports and were being homeschooled by their mother. They trusted their father completely and never knew he was plotting to kill them so he could start a new life with his girlfriend. Chris Coleman remains in prison in Illinois, where he will spend the rest of his life. The woman he had the affair with, Tara Lentz, was devastated to learn that Chris had murdered his family. She testified against him at trial and has had to live with the knowledge that she was the reason Chris wanted to eliminate his wife and children. The Coleman family murders shocked the religious community and the town of Columbia, Illinois. It revealed how someone can present a perfect Christian image while harboring evil intentions. Chris Coleman chose to murder his innocent wife and children rather than simply walk away and face the consequences of his infidelity. His actions destroyed multiple families and serve as a tragic reminder that evil can hide behind any facade, even one of faith and devotion. I'm going to tell you a story about a young woman who went missing after attending a concert, about a case that remained unsolved for years, and about how a homeless man's confession finally revealed the dark truth about what happened that night. In October 2009, 20-year-old Morgan Harrington was a Virginia Tech student who loved music and had a bright future ahead of her. On October 17, 2009, Morgan went with friends to see the band Metallica perform at the John Paul Jones Arena in Charlottesville, Virginia. She was excited about the concert and looking forward to a fun night out with her friends. During the concert, Morgan left the arena to use the bathroom or make a phone call. The exact reason isn't clear, but once she stepped outside the arena, she wasn't allowed back in due to the venue's strict no re-entry policy. Morgan was now locked out of the concert while her friends were inside. She tried to get security to let her back in, but they refused. Morgan called her friends and told them she would find a way home. She said she would get a ride or figure something out. Her friends assumed she would be okay and continued watching the concert. But that was the last time anyone who knew Morgan heard from her. She disappeared into the night and was never seen alive again. When Morgan didn't return home and wasn't answering her phone, her family became frantic. They reported her missing and a massive search began. Police reviewed security footage from the arena and surrounding areas. The footage showed Morgan walking in the parking lot area. She appeared unsteady on her feet and seemed disoriented or intoxicated. Witnesses reported seeing Morgan in various locations around the arena. Some saw her walking along nearby roads. One witness saw her get into a vehicle, though they couldn't provide detailed information about the car or driver. Morgan seemed to be having trouble and was clearly vulnerable that night. She had become separated from her friends and was alone in an unfamiliar area. For 3 months, there was no trace of Morgan. Her parents appeared on television pleading for information. Thousands of volunteers searched fields and wooded areas around Charlottesville. The Morgan Harrington case became a major story in Virginia. Everyone wondered what had happened to the young college student who had simply stepped outside a concert venue. On January 26, 2010, a farmer found human remains on his property in Albemarle County, about 10 miles from where Morgan was last seen. The remains were badly decomposed, but were identified through dental records as Morgan Harrington. She had been murdered and her body left in a remote field. The discovery devastated her family, but at least gave them some answers. Police found DNA evidence on Morgan's body that they entered into national databases. The DNA matched evidence from another unsolved case. In 2005, a woman had been attacked near the University of Virginia campus in Charlottesville. She had survived the attack and provided a description of her attacker. The DNA match meant the same person was responsible for both crimes. Investigators now knew they were dealing with a serial predator. The person who had attacked the woman in 2005 had also killed Morgan Harrington in 2009. Police increased their efforts to identify the suspect. They released a sketch based on the 2005 victim's description. They warned the public that a dangerous person was still out there. The case remained unsolved for several more years. Then in 2012, another young woman disappeared from Charlottesville. Hannah Graham, a University of Virginia student, vanished after a night out. Security footage showed her walking through downtown with a man following her. The man was identified as Jesse Matthew, a hospital orderly who lived in the area. Jesse Matthew was arrested for Hannah Graham's abduction. When police tested his DNA, it matched the evidence from both Morgan Harrington's murder and the 2005 attack. After years of investigation, police had finally identified the person responsible. Jesse Matthew had been attacking women in Charlottesville for nearly a decade before being caught. Hannah Graham's body was found about 5 weeks after she disappeared. She had been murdered like Morgan before her. Jesse Matthew was charged with both murders as well as the 2005 attack. The evidence against him was overwhelming. His DNA linked him to all 3 crimes. Witnesses had seen him with Hannah. His pattern of predatory behavior was clear. Rather than face trial, Jesse Matthew pleaded guilty to both murders in March 2016. He admitted to killing Morgan Harrington and Hannah Graham. He was sentenced to 4 consecutive life terms in prison. He will never be released. The plea spared the families from having to endure trials, but also meant many details about the murders were never revealed. Morgan's parents, Dan and Gil Harrington, have worked tirelessly since her death to help other families dealing with missing loved ones. They established a foundation in Morgan's name. They have spoken publicly about the importance of safety and looking out for friends. They have turned their grief into action to try to prevent similar tragedies. The case highlighted several important safety issues. Morgan had been separated from her friends at the concert and couldn't get back inside. She was vulnerable and alone in an unfamiliar area. The no reentry policy that kept her locked out may have inadvertently put her in danger. Venues have since reconsidered such strict policies. Morgan's case also showed how important it is to never leave friends behind. Morgan's friends assumed she would be okay when she said she would find a ride home. They didn't realize how dangerous the situation was. The case became a reminder that people should stay together, especially at night in unfamiliar places. Jesse Matthew had been able to attack multiple women over years because he wasn't identified after the first attack in 2005. If DNA technology had been more advanced then, or if genealogical databases had existed, he might have been caught sooner. Morgan Harrington and Hannah Graham might still be alive. The case showed how important forensic technology is in catching predators. Morgan Harrington was a talented young woman who loved art and music. She was studying education and wanted to become a teacher. She had a close relationship with her family and many friends. She should have enjoyed the concert that night and gone home safely. Instead, she encountered Jesse Matthew, who saw her vulnerability as an opportunity. The Morgan Harrington case serves as a tragic reminder that predators look for vulnerable victims, that seemingly small decisions can have life-changing consequences, that friends should never leave anyone behind, and that advances in forensic science can eventually bring justice even when years have passed. Morgan's memory lives on through her family's advocacy work and through the awareness her case has brought to issues of safety and predatory violence. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who stood on his front porch, smiled into a television camera, and asked for his family to come home, even though he already knew they never would. A story about a quiet suburban house, about a man who claimed he had nothing to hide, and about how an ordinary life collapsed in the most disturbing way possible. In August of 2018, Chris Watts murdered his entire family. Chris Watts lived in Frederick, Colorado, a small, quiet town, tree-lined streets, identical houses. Chris worked as an oil field operator. He was described as polite, soft-spoken, almost invisible. His wife, Shannon Watts, was very different. She was outgoing, active on social media, a mother who shared her life openly. They had 2 daughters, Bella and Celeste, both young, both deeply loved by Shannon. From the outside, the family appeared happy, but behind closed doors, the marriage was breaking apart. Chris was having an affair. Her name was Nicole Kessinger. With her, Chris felt free, unburdened, unattached. He told Nicole that his marriage was already over, that he and Shannon were separating, that there were no complications. None of that was true. Shannon was pregnant, 15 weeks along. They had planned the baby together, or at least Shannon believed they had. By the summer of 2018, Chris felt trapped by responsibility, by expectations, by the life he had built. Instead of confronting the situation, he began imagining a life without it. On the night of August 12, 2018, Shannon returned home from a business trip. It was late, after 1 a.m. Chris was waiting. What happened next would later change multiple times in Chris's retelling. But the outcome never changed. Shannon never left the house alive. That morning, Shannon didn't answer her phone. She missed appointments. She missed messages. Her friend grew worried and went to the house. Chris arrived shortly after police. He acted calm, concerned, helpful. He told officers his wife and children were missing. Their car was still there. Their shoes were still inside. Chris stood in the doorway and shrugged. Soon after, Chris agreed to speak to the media. He stood on his front porch, smiling awkwardly. He said he just wanted his family back, that he didn't know where they were. But his words felt empty. Investigators noticed things immediately. Chris showed no urgency, no panic, no visible fear. He avoided eye contact. He laughed nervously, and his story began to crack. Within days, police discovered the affair. They confronted Chris. He failed a polygraph test, and then he confessed. But even then, the truth came out slowly. Chris admitted to killing Shannon, then later admitted to killing his daughters. He described loading their bodies into his truck before sunrise. He drove to his work site, and there, in an act that stunned even seasoned investigators, he disposed of his daughters' bodies in oil tanks. Shannon was buried nearby in a shallow grave. The crime shocked the country. The brutality was horrifying. But what disturbed people most was how calm Chris had been, how normal. Chris pleaded guilty to avoid the death penalty. In November 2018, he was sentenced to life in prison without parole. He will never be released. In later interviews, Chris attempted to explain himself. He spoke quietly, without emotion. He said he wanted a new life, a clean slate. But what remained was devastation. Shannon Watts was remembered as a devoted mother, a woman who loved fiercely, who trusted completely. Bella and Celeste were remembered as joyful, playful, innocent. Their lives ended not because of anger, but because of selfishness. The Watts house was eventually sold, but the story remains. A reminder that sometimes the greatest danger is not chaos, but silence, not rage, but calculation, and that the people we think we know best may be living an entirely different life. I'm going to tell you a story about a mother who claimed an intruder entered her home in the middle of the night and murdered her children. A story that divided a nation, split families, and still sparks debate decades later. And about how a crime scene inside a quiet Texas home raised questions that have never fully gone away. In June 1996, Darlie Routier lived in Rowlett, Texas, with her husband Darren and their 3 young sons. Damon was 5 years old. Devin was 6. Drake, the youngest, was a baby sleeping upstairs in his crib. The family lived in a comfortable suburban house, the kind that blended into the neighborhood without drawing attention. On the night of June 6th, Darlie and her 2 older boys fell asleep downstairs in the living room, watching television. Darren and the baby were upstairs. According to Darlie, sometime after 2 a.m., she awoke to a man standing over her. She claimed the intruder stabbed her, ran toward the garage, and escaped through a screen door. When police arrived, they found a horrifying scene. Devin and Damon were dead on the living room floor. Both boys had been stabbed repeatedly. Darlie was bleeding heavily from her neck, arms, and chest. A bloody knife was found in the kitchen sink. A sock, soaked with blood, was later discovered in an alley a short distance from the house. At first glance, it appeared to be a brutal home invasion gone terribly wrong. Darlie was rushed to the hospital and underwent emergency surgery. Her wounds were serious, but not fatal. As doctors worked to save her life, investigators began processing the crime scene. Almost immediately, questions arose. There were no clear signs of forced entry. The screen door Darlie claimed the intruder used showed no damage consistent with a hurried escape. Blood patterns in the living room suggested movement that did not align with her account. The knife in the sink appeared to have been wiped clean. As investigators reconstructed the timeline, inconsistencies emerged. Darlie stated she fought fiercely with the attacker, yet the blood evidence did not support a prolonged struggle. She claimed she chased him toward the garage, but there were no bloody footprints leading that direction. The sock found outside raised suspicion. How could an intruder fleeing for his life stop to remove a sock and discard it blocks away? Public opinion shifted dramatically just days later. At a graveside vigil for her sons, Darlie was filmed smiling and spraying silly string on their graves during what she described as a celebration of their lives. The footage aired repeatedly on national television. For many viewers, it was jarring. For prosecutors, it became a powerful narrative tool. Investigators turned their focus inward. They examined the Routiers' finances, their marriage, and Darlie's mental state. Evidence showed the family was under financial strain. Insurance policies existed on the children. Prosecutors suggested the murders were staged to look like a break-in. Darlie was arrested and charged with capital murder. At trial, the prosecution argued that Darlie stabbed her sons and then inflicted wounds on herself to fabricate an attack. They presented forensic evidence they claimed proved the crime scene was manipulated. They emphasized the silly string video as evidence of a lack of remorse. The defense painted a different picture. They argued Darlie was a loving mother who nearly died trying to save her children. They pointed out her injuries were severe and could have easily been fatal. They highlighted unidentified fingerprints and the sock found outside as signs of an unknown intruder. They claimed investigators ignored evidence that didn't fit their theory. The trial became emotionally charged. Jurors were shown graphic photos. Expert witnesses debated bloodstain analysis. The courtroom listened as Darlie described waking up to violence, pain, and terror. The prosecution countered with a narrative of deception and calculated staging. In February 1997, the jury reached a verdict. Darlie Routier was found guilty of murdering her son Damon and sentenced to death. The charges related to Devon's death were not pursued at that time. She was sent to death row, where she remains today. The case did not end there. Over the years, questions continue to surface. Advances in DNA testing revealed that some evidence had never been fully analyzed. Supporters argued that critical forensic items could still prove the presence of an intruder. Critics maintained that the original verdict was sound and that the evidence overwhelmingly pointed to Darlie. Appeals were filed. Motions were denied. Public debate continued. To this day, Darlie Routier's case remains one of the most controversial true crime stories in America. Some believe she is a grieving mother wrongfully convicted. Others believe she committed an unthinkable act and successfully manipulated early perceptions. Devon and Damon Routier were remembered as energetic, playful boys who loved video games, cartoons, and their family. Regardless of where the truth ultimately lies, their lives ended violently inside the place where they should have been safest. The Routier case is a reminder of how complex crime scenes can be, how emotion, media, and perception can influence justice, and how some stories never fully resolve, leaving behind questions that echo long after the verdict is read. It is a case that forces people to confront uncomfortable possibilities, that innocence and guilt are not always clear-cut, and that sometimes the truth lives in the gray spaces between evidence, emotion, and belief. I'm going to tell you a story about a woman who slowly realized that the person she trusted most was also the person she needed to fear, about a family that watched warning signs pile up while being powerless to stop what was coming, and about a crime that unfolded over years rather than moments. This is a story about control that tightened quietly, about isolation disguised as love, and about a disappearance that ended in one of the most devastating conclusions imaginable. This is the true story of Chris Watts and the murder of his family. In the quiet suburbs of Frederick, Colorado, life moved at an even, predictable pace. Rows of similar houses lined clean streets. Neighbors waved politely but kept to themselves. Chris Watts lived there with his wife Sean Ann and their two daughters, Bella and Celeste. From the outside, the family looked ordinary and even aspirational. Sean Ann was active on social media, sharing moments from their lives, posting about motherhood, work, and family routines. Chris appeared calm, reserved, and dependable, a man who rarely raised his voice and avoided conflict. Inside the home, however, cracks were forming. Sean Ann was strong-willed, outspoken, and deeply invested in her family. Chris was emotionally withdrawn and increasingly distant. Over time, Chris began detaching quietly. He stopped engaging. He avoided conversations. He responded with silence rather than argument. Friends noticed that Sean Ann was anxious, trying desperately to hold things together, sensing something was wrong, but unable to identify exactly what it was. What Sean Ann did not know was that Chris was living a separate emotional life. He had begun an affair with a co-worker named Nicole Kessinger. With her, he presented himself as a man starting over, someone unburdened by family responsibilities. He spoke about wanting freedom, about feeling trapped, about imagining a different life. The relationship intensified quickly. Chris began to view his family not as people, but as obstacles. In August 2018, Sean Ann traveled to Arizona for a work trip. She was pregnant with their third child. While she was gone, Chris continued seeing Nicole, reinforcing the fantasy of a life without his family. When Sean Ann returned home late on the night of August 12th, something inside Chris had already shifted beyond return. What happened in the early hours of August 13th would dismantle the illusion of normalcy forever. That morning, Chris Watts reported his wife and daughters missing. He claimed Sean Ann had taken the children and left after an emotional conversation. He appeared calm when police arrived. He stood on his front lawn, speaking softly, asking for their return. But his demeanor felt wrong. There was no urgency, no panic, just stillness. As investigators entered the home, they noticed immediately that Shanann's car was still there. Her purse was inside. Her phone was found between couch cushions. Her medication was untouched. These were things she never left behind. Surveillance footage from a neighbor's camera showed Chris backing his truck into the driveway early that morning, loading items into it for nearly an hour. The story Chris told began to unravel almost immediately. Police interviews revealed inconsistencies. Chris avoided eye contact. His answers were vague. When asked direct questions, he paused too long, as if calculating rather than remembering. Investigators asked him to take a polygraph. He agreed. He failed. Confronted with the results, Chris first claimed that Shannon had killed their daughters and that he had killed her in a moment of rage. The confession did not hold. Evidence contradicted it. The truth, when it finally emerged, was far worse. Chris admitted that he had strangled Shannon in their bedroom. He admitted that his daughters were still alive afterward. He loaded their bodies into his truck and drove to an oil site where he worked. There, he smothered Bella and Celeste and disposed of their bodies in oil tanks. He buried Shannon in a shallow grave nearby. The calmness with which he described these acts stunned investigators. There was no explosion of anger, no loss of control. It was methodical, planned, quiet. As details became public, the nation struggled to reconcile the image of Chris Watts with the reality of his actions. Interviews surfaced where he smiled awkwardly, pleading for his family's return, knowing exactly where they were. Body camera footage captured him standing in his empty home, detached and eerily composed. In November 2018, Chris Watts pleaded guilty to multiple counts of murder. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Shannon Watts was remembered as a devoted mother, a woman who loved her children fiercely and fought to hold her family together even when it was slipping away. Bella and Celeste were remembered for their laughter, their trust, and their innocence. The case remains deeply unsettling, not because of mystery, but because of clarity. There was no unknown intruder, no complicated conspiracy, just a man who decided that erasing his family was easier than confronting the life he had built. What makes this story linger is how ordinary it began. There were no obvious warning signs that screamed danger, just silence, withdrawal, emotional absence, and a slow internal shift that no one else could see. It is a reminder that some of the most devastating crimes are not driven by chaos, but by quiet decisions made long before the final act. Decisions that unfold behind closed doors, hidden beneath routine, until the damage is irreversible. And when the truth finally arrives, it does not come with drama. It comes with emptiness, a house that will never feel full again, and a question that has no answer. How did something so ordinary end in something so final? I'm going to tell you a story about a woman who disappeared while going about an ordinary day, about a family that trusted the systems meant to protect them, and about a crime that unfolded slowly, quietly, and almost invisibly. This is a story about missed warnings, about manipulation hidden behind charm, and about a predator who operated in plain sight for years before the truth finally caught up to him. This is the true story of Kristen Smart. In May of 1996, Kristen Smart was a 19-year-old freshman at California Polytechnic State University in San Luis Obispo. She was friendly, independent, and excited about college life. She called her parents often. She made plans for the future. She was known for being responsible and cautious, not the type to vanish without explanation. On the night of May 24th, Kristen attended an off-campus party near the university. It was loud, crowded, and filled with students celebrating the end of the school year. Kristen became intoxicated and struggled to walk on her own. Several students noticed her condition and tried to help her get back to her dorm safely. One of those students was Paul Flores. Flores insisted on walking Kristen home. Witnesses later recalled that Kristen appeared uncomfortable but too impaired to argue. She was last seen around 2 in the morning, walking with Flores toward the dorms. He was the final confirmed person to see her alive. Kristen never arrived at her dorm room. When she failed to show up for work the next morning, friends became concerned. Her parents were contacted. Police were notified. Searches began almost immediately, covering campus buildings, nearby fields, and wooded areas. Flyers were distributed. Students were questioned. The campus atmosphere shifted from carefree to fearful within hours. Paul Flores quickly drew attention. His statements to police were inconsistent. He claimed he left Kristen near her dorm and walked away. But witnesses contradicted him. Some reported hearing sounds near his dorm room that night. Others described his behavior as nervous and evasive. Despite this, there was no physical evidence tying him directly to a crime. Days turned into weeks. Searches expanded. Cadaver dogs alerted near Flores's dorm room, but no body was found. His room was eventually cleaned and reassigned. Potential evidence was lost. The trail went cold. Kristen Smart had disappeared without a trace. For years, the case remained unresolved. Paul Flores was questioned repeatedly, but never charged. He moved away. Life went on for many people, but not for the Smart family. Kristen's parents refused to let her name fade. They organized searches, distributed flyers, and kept pressure on law enforcement. They spoke to the media constantly, reminding the public that their daughter was still missing. Over time, disturbing patterns emerged. Women began coming forward with stories about Paul Flores. They described unwanted advances, inappropriate behavior, and assaults. Some said he had drugged them. Others said they had narrowly escaped dangerous situations involving him. Yet still, no charges were filed related to Kristen's disappearance. Decades passed. Then, advances in technology and renewed investigative effort finally reopened doors that had long been closed. In 2020, law enforcement executed new search warrants on properties connected to Paul Flores and his father. Ground-penetrating radar detected anomalies beneath the deck of his father's home. Soil samples showed signs consistent with human decomposition. The findings were grim. Prosecutors alleged that Kristen Smart had been murdered and buried beneath the deck, then later moved to another location. Although her body has never been recovered, the evidence told a story of concealment, assistance, and silence. In 2021, Paul Flores was arrested and charged with Kristen Smart's murder. His father was charged as an accessory after the fact. The arrests came nearly 25 years after Kristen vanished. During the trial, prosecutors laid out a narrative built on witness testimony, forensic findings, and patterns of behavior. They argued that Paul Flores had taken advantage of an intoxicated Kristen, killed her, and relied on his family's help to hide the crime. The defense claimed there was no body, no definitive proof, and no certainty. But the jury listened carefully. In 2022, Paul Flores was found guilty of first-degree murder. His father was acquitted of accessory charges, but the central truth remained. Kristen Smart had been taken, killed, and hidden, while the man responsible lived freely for decades. Kristen Smart's body has still never been found. What makes this story especially haunting is the length of time it took for accountability to arrive. A young woman vanished from a college campus surrounded by people. Warning signs were present early. Suspicions were strong. Yet years passed before action was taken. Kristen's parents never stopped searching. Their persistence kept the case alive when it could have been forgotten. Their refusal to move on forced the truth back into the light. This case is a reminder that justice does not always arrive quickly. Sometimes it moves slowly, burdened by mistakes, fear, and hesitation. But sometimes, even after decades, it still finds its way. Kristen Smart was 19 years old when her life was taken. She should have returned home that night. She should have been protected. Instead, she became a name that echoed for years, carried forward by a family that refused to let silence win. And because of that refusal, the story did not end in disappearance. It ended in truth. I'm going to tell you a story about a quiet disappearance that unfolded in plain sight, about a family that believed answers would come quickly, and about how time can stretch suffering when the truth refuses to surface. This is a story about routine, about trust, and about how an ordinary evening can quietly become the last chapter of a life. This is the true story of Maura Murray. Maura Murray was a 21-year-old nursing student at the University of Massachusetts Amherst. She was intelligent, athletic, and private. Friends described her as disciplined and driven, but also under immense pressure. In the months leading up to her disappearance, Mora's life appeared to be slowly unraveling in subtle ways that did not seem alarming at the time. She had recently transferred schools. She was balancing demanding coursework, clinical training, and personal struggles. There were signs of emotional strain. A minor car accident, a shoplifting incident, phone calls that left her visibly shaken. Nothing criminal, nothing extreme, just the quiet accumulation of stress. On February 9th, 2004, Mora sent emails to her professors stating that there had been a death in her family and that she would be away for a few days. There was no death. She packed her belongings, withdrew nearly all the cash from her bank account, and left campus in her car. No one knew where she was going. Later that evening, Mora's car was found crashed along a rural road in Haverhill, New Hampshire. The damage was minor. The airbags had deployed. There were no skid marks suggesting high speed. A local bus driver stopped and spoke briefly with Mora. She appeared shaken but uninjured. She declined help and said police had already been called. They had not. When officers arrived minutes later, Mora was gone. There were no footprints in the snow leading away from the scene that could be clearly identified. No witnesses reported seeing her leave. No belongings were taken except what she could have carried on her person. Her car was locked. The area was quiet, dark, and cold. She vanished into the night. At first, investigators believed Mora may have left voluntarily. Perhaps she wanted time alone. Perhaps she was avoiding trouble. But as days passed with no contact, concern deepened. Mora had never disappeared before. She had strong ties to her family. She did not pack enough supplies to vanish long term. Search teams combed the surrounding woods. Helicopters scanned the area. Dogs tracked scents that abruptly ended. There was no sign of Mora anywhere near the crash site. Her family refused to give up. Mora's father, Fred Murray, became the driving force behind the search. He returned to the area repeatedly, organizing searches, speaking to the media, and pressing law enforcement for answers. Each year that passed only sharpened his determination. Theories multiplied. Some believed Mora had succumbed to the elements, and her body remained hidden in the dense wilderness. Others believed she had accepted a ride from the wrong person. Some suspected she intended to disappear, though there was no evidence she had the means or desire to do so permanently. The lack of evidence was maddening. No phone activity, no financial records, no confirmed sightings. The road where her car was found had seen traffic that night, yet no one reported seeing Mora after the crash. It was as though she had stepped out of existence. As time passed, the case drew national attention. Independent investigators arrived. Online communities formed. Every detail of Mora's life was examined repeatedly. Innocent moments were scrutinized for hidden meaning. The absence of answers created space for endless speculation. But speculation did not bring closure. What makes this case particularly haunting is how ordinary it feels. There was no dramatic confrontation, no known enemy, no obvious motive. Just a young woman, alone, under stress, making choices that led her to a dark road on a winter night. If Mora walked into the woods, why was nothing found? If she accepted help, who offered it? If she intended to start over, how did she disappear so completely? Years turned into decades. Mora Murray remains missing. Her family continues to wait, to hope, to search. The uncertainty has become its own form of pain, stretching endlessly without resolution. Every unanswered question lingers, suspended in time. This story is not about violence confirmed or guilt proven. It is about the terrifying fragility of routine, about how quickly a normal day can fracture, about how some disappearances do not announce themselves with chaos or noise. They happen quietly. They leave behind absence. And sometimes the most chilling cases are not the ones with clear endings, but the ones that leave us staring into silence, wondering how someone can simply vanish without a trace.